Go ahead and call to order this meeting of the Greenfield Conservation Commission at 5:06 p.m. on September 17th, 2021. Commission members currently present are Kristen and Fletcher and Travis. And I know at least one commission member will be coming later. Just a note off the top that this meeting is being held virtually, and if any technical interruption to the meeting occurs and the meeting suddenly ends, we will not be resuming it, and all items will automatically be continued at the next scheduled meeting date. Also, this meeting is being recorded. If anyone else is recording the meeting, you're required to let us know at this time or when you begin recording. Is anyone else recording? Okay, well then, we will get to the one item on the agenda, which is the auction of 87 Stone Ridge Lane and Rocky Mountain Conservation Land. Just to be clear, the Rocky Mountain Conservation Land is not being auctioned, but that's an additional thing to the auction. So I was thinking we could start maybe with a little background that we talked about at the previous meeting, and then go from there. So I was thinking first I'm going to, and then after we have a discussion, if any members of the public do want to speak, I'll open it up for some public comments too. Now I'm going to share this map. Okay. Fletcher, this was a map that you put together. I'm not sure if you want to speak about this.
Yeah. So this is the two parcels to be auctioned are right in the center there. Very much on top of the ridge, and the orange and lighter kind of plum color there. Those are GPS signals from people utilizing the trails in the past couple of years, just through one particular application called Strava, and it just gives you a heat map as to trail activity. And you can see in the larger parcel of the two on Stone Ridge Lane there, the 13-acre parcel is not only crossed by a few trails, but it's a junction point for those trails. And just for context, for anyone that's not familiar, that parcel, although it has been privately owned for decades, it has been not posted as no trespassing. It's essentially been an unofficial part of the park and used by the public, as that shows. And there's also a trail that goes right along the ridge line, the most western of those lines there, and that goes all the way down to kind of High Street, Turners Falls Road area, crossing the other parcel and some others beyond that. So map-wise, that's the context. You can see that the brightness of the trails, meaning the intensity of the use, is sort of relative, I think, to itself in some ways. So that doesn't mean that there's 20 people on there in any given hour, but it does get regular use daily, and you can see compared to the Canal Side Trail, or I'm sorry, the Riverside Trail down there along the Connecticut River, they get significantly more use. So definitely some of the more popular trails in the park. And one of the reasons we're advocating for the town to pause the auction is because, and to consider conservation scenarios, is in a large part due to these trails being on that parcel, and we'd definitely like to see them be officially sanctioned with an easement, or by donating some of that property, or keeping some of that property under town ownership for conservation use, by a conservation restriction. There's a bunch of different scenarios to consider, but we want those scenarios to be considered rather than just sending the parcel to auction. And one other thing I was going to say, but I don't remember what it was. But yeah, that's the context for this map.
Travis, I have an addendum here.
Travis, I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I was just going to ask if you could state your name and address. Typically, when we have meetings in person, we have a sign-in sheet where people write down their name and address. So if you could do that and then present, that would be great.
I'm Stephen Woodbridge. I'm the former owner of these parcels, the most recent owner of these parcels. And I'm currently living in Turner's Falls. I just wanted to point out that this map outlining the parcels shows it, the 13-acre parcel, as ending at the easement at the bottom of the hill. Basically, at the bottom of the hill, there's an easement coming from some farmland. That isn't exactly true. It actually extends over a little bit farther in the direction that you see it going and extends all the way to the river. So it completely crosses and blocks that.
Stephen, what are there any monumentations or
I have the
existing
notations on
surveys or-
maps. I think I still have maps that
Okay.
cite that. Some of the monuments have been removed in recent years, people
Mhm.
just messing around.
Mhm.
But it has sightings on it. At least some of the maps that I have sightings.
Yeah, if you any of that you could provide would be great, just because these are assessors parcels, and it's kind of all we have at this time. But that would be that would raise additional considerations if it did go all the way down to the river. So that'd be great if you could send even just pictures of what you have or scans or anything like that would be helpful.
I'll see what I can do about that, and I guess I'll get with Travis to get addresses to send that to or bring them to.
Great.
You don't have it right here. Well, I might have a map right here. Now I'll look in a few minutes.
Okay, sounds good. And I'll just give some context on this map as well. So the same parcels are shown, roughly the same perspective. Trails are the dashed lines, and the ridge line in general can be seen as being covered by the white lines being priority habitat of rare species, and the yellow, sort of beige yellow color underneath is biomap 2 core habitat. So based on the priority habitat designation, it does create restrictions, permitting process, to my knowledge, for doing most development activities on the property, but it certainly doesn't limit owners posting boundaries or trails or doing kind of non-commercial forestry. There's still a bunch of changes people can make to the land that would adversely affect existing use. And so yeah, but this also demonstrates that it's not just sort of a nice natural spot just aesthetically, but it also has been surveyed to have some existing rare or threatened wildlife on it, plant life, and it's just generally very important habitat in supporting local ecology. So
I have a complete description of the bounds of the parcels here, and of course, there's utter gobbledygook. It wouldn't make sense to anyone if I were to describe it. But it can certainly be delivered to someone to assess.
that'd be great. I appreciate it.
Do any of the commissioners have a I don't know, a suggestion on what they, what part of this topic we would like, what would be the next logical step to talk about here at this meeting?
I'd suggest at some point in the near future, just to talk about anything we've sort of learned since the last meeting around the legality or the process or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe
does that work?
Maybe quickly, I'll just share. We have emails with the mayor. I feel like that might be a good place to start, and then share this again.
Pardon me, I failed to introduce my partner, April Jones.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, April.
All right, so I'll just start with, I brought up this email at the previous meeting. This was the mayor's response to me asking about the auction. And she noted that this is different than a surplus property disposition because it's a tax title taking, does not involve polling boards, commissions, and departments for comment on the sale, whereas the surplus property process does involve seeking input. The mayor does not disagree that the city's having access or possession of the property would be helpful for further protection for Rocky Mountain Ridge. But she said, we'll see what the auction brings us and then make a decision. So that was an email that I had received. And then Rachel, do you want to talk about your emails with the mayor?
Sure. I also wrote expressing my concern for the environmental and public open space value of the property and asking for clarification around whether there is any opportunity to bring that discussion to the Conservation Commission and other parties in town, departments, and also to clarify why the parcels were being advertised as residential commercial when they are not designated that way in the zoning map. And this is the response I received, that she had discussed this. She agreed with me in terms of the values, that the environmental and open space value, said that she had been in discussion with, it's a little unclear, Director MJ Adams of Community and Economic Development, and then maybe the Recreation Director, and then reiterates that they cannot postpone the auction once it has been publicized, and suggested that the designation of commercial is because it falls into a commercial zone that exists along the French King Highway. And it's clear that both of those things are not entirely true, since there's precedent for removing or withdrawing properties from public auction. That's happened before. Travis found evidence of that, and the auction announcement says that the seller can withdraw, has the right to withdraw a property whenever, at their discretion, at any time. And also the zoning overlay, like Fletcher pointed out, if you zone all the way in, there might be a tiny little sliver of one of the property, right? The properties that is graphically overlapped on the zoning map, but it's obvious that the commercial zoning only applies to the lots along the road. The intention of that overlay is for the properties that have frontage on King Streets.
Yeah, just to add what you were saying, this is the packet for the auction that's going to be held next week, and this is where it says seller reserves the right to cancel or withdraw a property at any time.
Yeah, and Travis, can I just add one thing to
Sure.
that? So I also called the auction house, and their opinion was that, I mean, obviously it's right there, but just in general, yeah, it's totally up to the lister. but that kind of raises the question, well, maybe then there's some statute in Massachusetts law or maybe in the town of Greenfield that compels the city in a tax taking situation to list it, to bring it to auction, at least to attempt that before doing anything else with the property. And I did some research into that, and there's a couple general law excerpts there that are relevant. I'd say I think 60 might be the most relevant one, but one of the two is a little more relevant. But yeah, so there's nothing in this particular section that I could find that suggested that they need to bring it to auction for some reason, that they need to sell the property immediately or attempt to. The attorney that I consulted with didn't think there was such a thing. And so unless there's something...
just to be clear, consulting the attorney was like unofficial,
Totally.
non-legal advice.
Yeah, it's just a
the
friend who
commission
happens
did
to
not-
be an attorney.
Yeah, the commission did not hire an attorney.
Thank you, Travis. That's true. That was just incidental that they happen to be an attorney. But so yeah, there was no, doing a fair bit of research, there's nothing that suggests that that is truly a requirement. So it sounds like to us that it's more of a preference on behalf of the town. And again, we think that that would just be a pretty grave miscalculation to ignore the potential for some sort of some solution that solves both issues. So the open space issue, but also the fiscal, recouping some of the or all of the back taxes. There's definitely exists some such solution, but it seems to us that hasn't been considered by the town. So that is kind of the big thrust of our request, is that postpone the auction. Let's talk about potential scenarios that allow it to kind of function as it does now. And then, you can always auction what remains, or who knows what the outcome will be, but at least let's consider it. So
yeah, and so I just to share a few examples here. This is in 2020 a property that was withdrawn from the auction. This is one from hold on, I have to look at the file names. 2017. This one also has, I have to search in here. Here's one where a lot was withdrawn. 2019. Adams Road was withdrawn from the inventory. So needless to say, there are examples of properties being withdrawn from the auction.
Despite being tax takings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's another property that was withdrawn. So there are some examples.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so another thing on, why it's important to preserve these, parcels. I looked in the newest open space plan that just came out this year, and these are some of the quotes that specifically call this out. This first one: some of the ridge lines on the west and pieces of the Rocky Mountain Ridge on the east are currently unprotected and are valued as scenic views. Development in these areas would limit public access to the numerous magnificent vistas from these high elevations. Preservation of these areas should be prioritized. And then under the goals section in the open space plan, it specifically says that the city should develop a formalized interconnected trail system along the entire length of Rocky Mountain Ridge, which the current trail system already goes through these properties. And then the next one was about adopting and applying criteria to identify and prioritize protection of land in Greenfield with high conservation value, such as scenic ridges, farmlands, rivers, etc. And then I just have the mayor's quote there from my email that she doesn't disagree that the city's having or possession of the property would be helpful for further protection of Rocky Mountain Ridge. So it seems that we're in agreement with the mayor that, you know, that it would be good to preserve this, and in agreement with the open space plan that specifically calls for preservation of the ridge. So needless to say, from our, you know, we had a regular meeting on Tuesday this week, and we decided we wanted to discuss this further, and that is why we're having this current meeting now.
Yeah, so to put part of that another way is that based on all our research, the mayor could absolutely pause the auction or pull it from the auction. That's definitely an option.
Yeah, it seems, if we want to be specific, it seems the mayor could withdraw the property from the auction.
Yep.
And it seems that doesn't mean, I haven't found anything that says that it couldn't go up for auction at a later time, you know, if it's withdrawn. Yeah. So, did anyone else have anything they wanted to share at this point? Rachel?
No, I think that the Kristen's question and our drafts of just sort of clarifying exactly what our ask is, if our ask is to just postpone it, or if our ask ultimately is that these parcels be permanently conserved or kept in townland. So I think it's important to be clear. In whatever wording and whatever letter we end up writing and sending, just exactly what we are asking, and I think that is part of what the purpose also of this meeting is to see what, if there are other people here who have some ideas for the potential solutions, and also to be able to be clear in what we're asking in any scenarios that we put out, what exactly it is that we're asking. And I think that the most obvious one is to postpone the auction, because there's lots of questions and lots of ideas floating out there. And I think just the myriad of points in sort of Fletcher's letter, and then also in the one in yours, and it seems like there are numerous solutions that could resolve a lot of the environmental and open space goals, and that the first thing that needs to happen is a withdrawal of these properties from the auction in order to allow all of those different ideas to be explored.
Yeah, so that sounds like a good point. This sounds like a good point to open this up to any public comments. If anyone has any feedback or ideas. Looks like Phil Elmer. If you could just state your name and address and then go ahead.
Sure. Phil Elmer, 28 Chestnut Hill. I just, John Bottomley, who's also a counselor, and I were exchanging emails because the mayor hadn't asked our permission to sell this land. So I called the president of the council, and she confirmed that the mayor doesn't need our permission. The tax holdings is a different category. Usually if she's selling land that's fallen into the city's hands, she needs our permission. Anyway, that's all that's some information I thought I'd share with you. It seems like one option, if you could approach the mayor with saying that there's a possibility that you could raise enough money to buy the land, that would, if you could persuade her of that, that might be a reason for her to postpone the auction. Otherwise, according to Penny, she seems to be following the procedures in terms of announcements and so forth. That's all I had to say. Thanks for letting me listen.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, and Rachel mentioned this in one of her comments. on the draft, but I think instead of having that be implicit, which I kind of felt it was, maybe we should make it a little more explicit that part of the strategies to consider after pausing the auction, or any of the strategies to consider, would involve either somehow raising funds to cover the taxes, or doing some type of conservation action, and then bringing back to auction the remainder of the property value to be auctioned, which would then recover, I'm sure, much more than the taxes that are owed. And so, yeah, it sounds like maybe we should be a little more explicit about that, because that seems to be a driver of the town's actions.
I think John had a comment too.
Yeah, this is John Bottomley at 63 Haywood Street. I'm also on the city council, and I was also on the open space committee. So I can tell you this land would be very important to the public. This Highland Park, areas that are readily recognizable and important to community members, I think it's really important that there would be some public discussion. So I would be highly supportive of some request to delay this. And any way I can help, I definitely would like to, because this is exactly the kind of thing that the public expressed to us, especially these high visibility areas, high use areas. It's very important, I believe, to the public, and it was expressed in that report.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to add, in our last meeting, I had mentioned that in my email to the mayor initially, I commented about how in the open space plan, there were numerous comments about the Spring Terrace parcel that was a tax taking and was auctioned and could have been kept as open space, and people were questioning why the city didn't keep that as open space. And this seems like a similar type of property, only even more important because it has, it's on the ridge and it has these well-established trails. I guess also I just wanted to point out that in my opinion, I think it would have, if we had known that this property was taken by the city and was eventually going to be auctioned, I think it would have been better to go to the mayor and discuss this, to try and figure out what could be done. But unfortunately, there's we weren't notified in any way, which we're not required to be. And I guess I just want to say that's why I feel like it, because there's such a short timeline now. That's why we're trying to do something.
Honestly, folks, you were not the only ones who did not receive any notification. I had a similar crunch, learning only at the time of being evicted that the city had taken the property. So it seems really very odd to me. It's shady. I don't know anything about the laws for these matters, nothing. I have never had an attorney to consult. The law library has been closed for the pandemic. I know nothing about how these things are supposed to work, but it feels very wrong.
Okay, are there any other comments, any other public comments at this time?
Yes, I'm wondering what the public can do to stop the auction. I mean, you're saying that the mayor has, or at least what Phil Elmer said is it's entirely up to the mayor. Clearly, there are people on the council who don't want to go in this direction. There are obviously people in the public who don't want to go in this direction. What actions can we take?
I guess I'll just say that taking some of the information that we're talking about tonight and bringing that in contacting the mayor, just because a lot of the responses from the mayor's office have been maybe a bit dismissive or maybe slightly misinformed as to it's hard to say how they're intending the sentence that, the auction is already in progress and we can't stop it. But it does appear that that's not the case. So going to them with your concerns, but then having that ready to sort of push back a bit, if that is the response, I think would be a good one. Letting anybody else in town, just spreading the word, of course. And also, clearly this is partially a matter of money. And so if we had had more notice, perhaps one of the things we would try to have done is find a conservation buyer. So if you happen to know someone who might be interested in purchasing this property at auction with the purpose and potentially signing like a agreement to this effect of conservation specifically, whether that means they hold the property, do some conservation and then hold the property as is, or whether they are an intermediary to hold the property, do the conservation, and then sell it to recoup some or all of what they've spent. That's always an option. So, money would certainly talk in this case. Yeah, that's what I can think of.
I saw that Joy turned on her camera, so I think she may have a comment next, and then.
Sorry, could the person who just spoke give their name and address? I think that that didn't happen before our last comment, but we should be clear about that because in the virtual format, we don't have people's full names.
Sorry, Doug Selwyn, 38 Forest Avenue in Greenfield.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joy Vivek, 49 Lincoln Street in Greenfield. And I was going to say the same thing that the gentleman who just spoke said of what can we do. And then I'm also just curious, when we're looking at those numbers, it wasn't easily findable online. So do you know what the number is that the town's looking to get back in unpaid taxes that might make them happy?
I do. At the last hearings we had, they were asking for about $56,000 for taxes, interest, and attorney fees.
Thank you.
That would be the city attorney.
Yes, there's another comment here.
Jan Mayer, 38 Forest Avenue in Greenfield. Another dollar question. As you talk about the possibility of somebody purchasing it, any ballpark guesstimates? I assume it would have to be in excess of 56,000. But then what beyond that would be the presumed value?
If you give me 1 second, I had the auction booklet open. Oh, it's the wrong one.
I'll just mention, as Travis is looking that up, that they just a note to the auction requirements is they do want you to bring a cashier's check or a bank check for $5,000, and then you're expected to pay 8% on top of the final auction price. But I know of private individuals who will attend the auction, and there is a significant amount of land there. A lot of it isn't particularly developable, but there is a house on it that can be restored. So it could be anything. It really depends on who shows up and who bids. But I would expect that they would, because it's within the rights of the town auctioneers to not accept any final offer that isn't like what they consider substantial or enough to offset or if it's not like fair market value or whatever, according to them. So, so it really depends on what they're looking for. But if it's around the 60 grand to break even for the existing taxes and attorney fees, and then maybe something on top of that. But I imagine people will bid as if it was sort of like a normal property. you know, the assessed value is you can see right there is like 260 just for that one property, but I'd be surprised if it went near any assessed value for the two combined. But
Yeah,
50 for the other lot.
yeah. I was looking this up because I thought I remembered something about 50,000 and I couldn't remember what that was, but I think that's the assessed value for the 13 acres. So I think that's one of our concerns is, you know, going up to auction, you know, we have no idea who's going to buy it or how much it'll go for, or, you know, there's you're giving up your chance, your guaranteed chance of conserving the land if it goes up to auction. I just want to add someone in the comments, Bob Williford said the auctioneer's info said whoever buys the property would not owe back taxes to the city. And I think that's correct. I think it's just the amount you buy it for the city would use that to recoup their costs of the back taxes. And then you would get the title without the back taxes.
and I'll just mention that the smaller lot, the 6-acre lot with the house on it, is most likely what most of the people going to auction are looking for, just because it has an existing development on it, so they could restore that. There's some percentage that you can add on to that, given the rules of the priority habitat, the NHESP rules. The other lot would be more difficult to work with from a development perspective, but you know, there's permitting processes and whatnot. But I have heard at least one potential buyer say, I wish I could just buy the one little lot, but the town is selling them together. So someone who buys that smaller house lot is going to have to buy the larger lot as well and pay taxes on that larger lot until they can relieve themselves of that ownership. So that's just another sort of strange thing, I think, from the perspective of the auction. And the city's intention here is like, you know, there was probably, I have no idea if this is true, but I just would think that the value at auction of the 6-acre parcel wouldn't be as different if they were both sort of equally developable, like a normal sale. So I'm just suggesting that the large parcel probably isn't worth what you might think at a traditional auction if it was sort of along the street or something.
It is really not developable.
They don't call it Rocky Mountain for no reason.
Do you have a comment?
Yes, I just recalled that the attorney during the eviction hearings. My name is April Jones. I'm a former occupant of 87 Woodbridge. Stone Ridge Lane, and I'm currently living in Turner's Falls. And I recalled the attorney stating that at auction they almost never recoup the amount of money that they're looking for. So I don't think they have to say yes to. I don't think they have to say no just because they haven't gotten the full amount that they're looking for.
Yeah, thank you, April. And I will say that Travis brought up the Sunset Lane parcel, which is, I don't remember how many acres it was, maybe around 10 or something, or 6. But it was barely developable. You know, I suppose you probably could have housed. There's a lot of wetlands on it, but that ended up being sold for 50,000 at auction. So I don't know. That was just surprising to me that it went for that much. So I'm sure it varies drastically as to what they end up getting. But
Are there any other public comments? I think next on the, not on the agenda, but I think the next thing we might do is look at, Fletcher started a draft of a letter to send to the mayor. So I think we might, the goal is probably tonight to finalize something and vote to send that to the mayor. So if no one else has any other comments, we can move on to
I'll
that.
make one more comment.
Sure.
When my grandfather purchased this property in 1950 from the Russell family, who had the houses built. It included all the land up to Poet Seat Tower. And he ceded all that land for conservation and recreation. And always had the very clear intention that it be open to the public. And that was the reason it was there. And that was why he was doing that. So it was something that he maintained in his ownership of the property as my parents, they had it. So this is, that probably has no legal bearing to anything, whatever. But that was the intention under which he gave all of that land to the city for public usage. And to then snip it off at the end so it can't be accessed from one direction would really be quite defeating of.
All right, thank you. And I guess I also want to add that if this auction does go through, we have no idea who might purchase this, and someone might purchase it and decide they want to donate it to the city, and it would be open space. And I think that's just the thing with the auction, is we just don't know what what could happen. That's the scary part. Yeah, Joy.
Would it be beneficial to have in the letter some sort of assurances that there are interested parties that would buy for at least, if not more than the back taxes, and would guarantee the conservation of at least the 13 acres?
Some of the critical access is on the 6 acres.
No, I understand that, but whoever buys it would have their choice to do with what they want with all of it. So could we include in the letter to the mayor that there are interested parties in town who would fulfill the open commission's recommendations and keep that critical part open and let the city recoup the money?
I think if we had, sorry, go ahead, Travis.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say I haven't been made aware of anyone specifically, so I guess we have one here.
It would be a dream to have. It would be amazing.
Yeah, I think that couldn't hurt for sure. I'm sure they have some number in their head that maybe the number we're talking about, or it may be, who knows. But I definitely think as long as we had, whether it be verbal or whatever it may be, or perhaps something along the lines of like a purchase and sale agreement or something, it would go a long way. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to put a number on it, because maybe she's thinking we're going to get the
Right.
400, you're going to get $500,000, you're going to get $1 million, and developers going to come in and take it and do big things with it. But if the city's idea is to even out what they're owed, and also in doing so conserve the land, I would be thrilled to go beyond the back taxes owed, to conserve the land and have that opportunity to live in such a glorious place.
I think that I completely agree with Joy, and I think some of the comments in the letter drafts, I think without being specific, I feel very confident that we can say that there are definitely opportunities for a resolution that meets the environmental open space concerns of this land, and also allows the city to recuperate at least the back taxes that they're owed, and to come up with a situation that's financially viable. I think I feel completely confident putting that language in a letter. I also hope that there's some people, Joy, like yourself, and some other people that can in the chance that our request for this process to be paused and opened in an official and organized way to the public, for that to happen. If that doesn't happen, that individuals like yourself and do attend the auction, and if there were an organized way, which I don't think that we can do as a conservation commission, but if there is an organized group of citizens that are interested in that. There's not that much time, but there's still time to try and coordinate something like that by Wednesday, if the auction does happen.
Bill has a comment.
Yeah, I was just going to say, knowing the mayor, this is a very stubborn mayor, and you can see that when you write something to her, she'll write back politely no. I would suggest writing a letter is a good idea, but I would suggest bringing it to her in person. Schedule an appointment with her before Wednesday, and bring as many of you as you can, and any public you can round up, and that would be a show of force that she might respond to. She will not respond to a letter, would be my guess. Also, I noticed that the auction is set. They're going to use Court Square, which is a very controversial piece of property right now, and they're going to do it before the council meets. The council is going to meet that night at 7 o'clock. So it feels to me like this has been scheduled to slip it through without giving notice or anybody a chance to speak up. And I think you're a sufficiently impressive body that I think she would have to listen to you. That's my best advice. I'm going to log out now. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Phil.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, Phil.
Yeah,
Can I ask
Yeah, go for it.
what happened to the notion of doing an opinion piece?
I don't think that has been ruled out at this point.
Haven't quite got there yet in the agenda.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What was I gonna say? Oh, Rachel, you
You're muted.
well, you're not muted, but we couldn't hear you.
Sorry, my phone started ringing in the middle of it. I think it blocked me for some reason. I liked that you specifically tailored your letter as something that could both be hand delivered to the mayor as a letter addressed to her and also fit the requirements of an op-ed to be published in the Recorder. I think that that's a really good use of our time, and also I don't see why we couldn't do both with the same request.
I just wanted to comment earlier on Joy's question about, if there was a private citizen who was willing to pay. I kind of have the feeling that if it's going to be sold to a private citizen, it probably has to be auctioned. That would be my guess. But like if the commission were able to have the funds to purchase it, or previous conservation lands have been purchased by the commission after the commission has gone to city council and asked for a transfer of funds. I'm not saying that's going to happen this time, but I think these are the things that we haven't even looked into, like whether any of these things could possibly happen. So
Travis, I was wondering if you know why any of those other properties had been withdrawn from auction, because I was curious about that, if they had been withdrawn from an auction because there had been a private sale between when the auction was announced and when the auction took place, or whether just like what other scenarios have caused a seller, i.e. the city, to withdraw a property from the auction.
I wasn't able to find any information on that on those other properties that were withdrawn. Most of those were years ago, and so it was hard to. And that was just me, doing a word search on this auctioneer's website. So. Yeah, and I will also add that speaking of potentially doing an op-ed piece, I did ask someone at the Recorder, and they said that if we submitted something tonight, it would likely go in on Tuesday. They said Monday, the Monday paper was probably already done at that point, and that it would probably go in Tuesday, which would be the day before, and technically the mayor could withdraw the property up until the beginning of the auction, or even during the auction. I believe it says that the auctioneer can, stop bidding or whatever. So it doesn't necessarily mean it would be too late, but that in addition to, I like the idea of meeting with the mayor in person.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah.
Just
Again,
one more. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
go. I just wanted to reiterate how I wish we had more time, and it would have been a lot.
That's the real problem. The time this has really caught everybody coming in on a Friday and a weekend, and the responses you've got show that the mayor is already a pretty firm no. So I can't imagine. I think it's good to meet, and I think it's good to come up because I think this is a reasonable request. But the public knowledge and getting that information out there that quickly might play a factor, and it's really tight. It's really, I don't, I'd emailed people and was hoping there'd be people from Greenfield and other people that would have a stake in this, but it just happened so quickly.
Yeah.
But I think a meeting is crucial. I really do think that's important that you guys make a good statement and bring it directly to the mayor. And even if that statement could go in the paper, even late is better than not getting in there.
Yeah. There's another question.
I just want to mention that both Doug and I are members of Green and Greenfield, so Green and Greenfield does have some eyes and ears on this, and also to ask that if there is a hand delivery of the letter to let us know so that we can, if at all possible, be part of the group that delivers the letter.
That's great to hear. And
excellent.
And it's I don't know that there's time for anything from Green and Greenfield to happen, but if a specific request is made for that organization to, write a letter of support for a position or a point of view, we process those things fairly rapidly sometimes. So not always, but sometimes. So if that information can come to Doug or me, we can get it to the whole steering committee.
I also wanted to say, sorry, if you could also, when you write the letter, forward it to the city clerk, to have it forwarded to city council members would be really helpful too.
I think, can we do that directly? Isn't there an email that reaches all the city council members?
I can't remember if there is.
I believe that there's one email that is automatically forwarded out to all the city council members. So I think that we should be able to do that tonight without waiting for the city clerk to come in on Monday and do that. The other thing I'd say is that we had discussed at our last meeting the idea of a letter that would be able to be joint signed with other organizations like Green and Greenfield or local land trusts. And I think it sounds like the deadlines would mean that might not be possible by tonight if we needed to submit something to the recorder for publishing. However, it might be possible before Tuesday. So it's great to hear that other groups could potentially either agree to sign on to the letter between when we finish writing it and if we hand delivered it to the mayor on Tuesday, that there might be additional groups that could be added as signatories in the hand delivered version, and or they could also provide supporting letters of their own if that was their preference. So I think that's also really good to hear.
I just on the topic of the letter, I just want to mention I reached out through the recorder, and they said that as far as the format goes, there is the option of doing like a my turn versus a letter to the editor, and the my turns are up to 750 words. So maybe we could do one, both, but there is some flexibility there. So
what's the difference there, Fletcher? Sorry, I'm not familiar with a my turn.
My turn is just another type of editorial, if I'm using the right term, from like a member of the public that is just allowed to be longer. Or actually, I think it goes tiered. So like letter to the editor is like up to 350 words, and then a my turn is like 350 to 750 or something like that.
And what's the publication status in terms of like who it reaches? Like I know letters to the editor are like right in the front of the paper and you might read those, like come across them right away versus my turn,
Yeah.
I guess.
I don't know the answer to that. I kind of asked that to the person on the phone. It sounds like Doug might have the answer, but I didn't get a clear answer when I asked something to that effect. So I don't know.
Yeah, they tend to be on the same page. So usually there's a my turn column would be, I don't know, would take up 750 words worth of page, and other letters would be scattered on the same page or arranged on the same page. One of the issues about letters is how rapidly they would process it. It's 300 words is an upper limit, not 350. 750 is right for the my turn. And how rapidly, if you know for sure that a my turn would get in by Tuesday, I would certainly suggest doing that. There's no reason why there couldn't also be letters. But how rapidly they process those depends on how many letters are already in their, in their queue. So that would be a question.
Just to note, we got a comment from Bob in the comments that says council's part of the city's website says city council email is citycouncil@greenfield-ma.gov. Okay, shall we look at a letter draft that we've started?
I need to restart my computer quickly. My keyboard is kind of malfunctioning here, so I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead
wondering, Travis, if for the
Sure.
sake of the public, if we want to make an agreement that we are submitting a letter and sort of a rough outline of the points that we want to make, and then and make that agreement formal, and allow anybody, make sure that anybody that has input in terms of suggestions for what that letter includes, so that if just out of respect for the time, it's
Yeah.
6 o'clock now. It can take a while for a group to process a letter together, like looking word for word. And so I'm wondering if it would help just streamline that so that people who felt like they needed to know that there was a decision and know what was going to happen didn't feel like they needed to stick around for an entire letter editing process. And of course could if they wanted to, since it is a public meeting.
So are you suggesting we have like bullet points of come up with like bullet points of what we want in the letter, and then we could like make a motion to say that we'll be submitting a letter with these points in it, the details to be worked out after?
Yeah, I think once Fletcher's back, maybe making a motion to or I can make a motion now to submit a letter to the recorder for publication and to be delivered to the mayor as soon as possible, that requesting a public process for strategizing the conservation and a permanent conservation and open land resolution for the two properties, or something to that extent, and we can define those bullets in a discussion and then pass that motion, and then move to actually looking at the letters and making sure that whatever that summary is that we motion to accept, that is expressed in the letters, and then we can like tweak the wording and figure out the word count that we want, and that kind of thing according to what we accept, what's accepted as a motion.
Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I guess we're waiting on Fletcher at this point.
And maybe the bullet points are maybe some just brief bullet points would be helpful with this. So what I heard is that the first urge would be to withdraw the properties from the auction that is scheduled for Wednesday in order to allow dialogue between the city council, the commission, the conservation commission, the recreation department, and all other interested parties to find a resolution that meets the open space and environmental goals stated in our open space and recreation plan and our city master plan. And I guess if the discussion is open, or once a motion is made, then anybody else can chime in with any other details that should be included.
Can you see this?
Unfortunately, I have to take off, but
Sure.
I'm looking forward to seeing this, and thank you all for your work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for being here.
You bet.
Thanks, John. Yeah, withdraw the two properties from the scheduled auction, and in order to facilitate dialogue between the Conservation Commission.
Hold on, I have to move everyone's little videos here are blocking what I was writing. What were we saying?
Yeah, to facilitate dialogue between the Conservation Commission, City Council, the Recreation Department, and all other interested parties, I suppose, and the general public.
Okay. Hold on.
Does there need to be some kind of interest
Blocking
this
my...
outline? Okay.
Sorry, Stephen, go ahead.
I didn't realize you were working on an outline here. I thought there should be an introduction about the ground of the situation.
Oh, yes, no, we have a draft. We actually have two drafts of a letter that we have written already that we're planning to review. So what my suggestion is that we try to pass a motion that says we all agree that we are going to write this letter and submit it, and this is the crux of the letter. And then once we've accepted and voted on that mission, then we can go back and look at the drafts that we have where it is more outlined, and we can tweak the wording. And we'll have already agreed that we are going to do this, so that for your sake and for anybody else that's here as part of the meeting that needs to know what action we're taking, it's very clear what action we've decided to take. And then if you want to stick around for looking at the actual full letter, then anybody is welcome to do that. That's a proposal. So Fletcher, when you cut off, I motioned to write a letter.
It all makes sense now.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
So if you did make a motion, should we have a second and then continue discussion on the motion?
I'll second the motion of agreeing on writing a letter and agreeing on the main points of that letter. Yeah.
Okay. So further discussion on that item will be developing our bullet points. So withdrawing the two properties in order to facilitate dialogue. Sorry, my cat is bothering me now. Did you say between the Conservation Commission, City Council, and the mayor about the preservation?
Right.
I think the
mayor, and the recreation department, maybe.
Yeah.
And with the express purpose of finding a resolution that meets the conservation and open space goals, the environmental conservation and open space goals expressed in our Greenfield's open space and recreation plan and Greenfield's master plan. Attempting to bring this together here in one chunk bullet point.
Yeah, that's a big bullet point.
Travis, do you are you intending to share your screen right now or no? Just because it was, now it's not.
Yeah,
Totally fine.
I'll
If it
share
was
my screen.
causing difficulty,
Sorry.
don't. But I just want to make sure.
No, I just have to keep moving the video around to.
You can also finish writing it
Yeah.
and share it once it's written. So before we
True.
vote on a motion.
That'd be a
Just
little
on that
easier.
bullet point, the only thing that's sort of seems like it might be a good edit is to allow rather than to facilitate, because because we want to going forward with the auction would sort of prevent us from doing any of that.
Hmm. Okay. I need to look back at what I wrote in my draft. I feel like I think an important point is expressing that that the auction states that the city can withdraw the property at any time. I don't know. I feel like that. I don't know if anyone else feels like that should be specifically said in the letter. And maybe that there's precedent for properties being withdrawn from auction.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, and that there's maybe, to our knowledge, no statute that prevents the town from considering other options, basically. But.
Okay. Does anyone else have a bullet point to add?
That's such a broad bullet point.
Yeah,
But
these
we
are big bullet
had
points.
discussed allowing the community the opportunity to come up with funds. Again, that kind of goes into just pressing pause on the auction globally to allow the community to participate in this dialogue, coming up with a solution here. But if we want to break it out further, that was something that the community presented. I think Joy was talking about being personally interested.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there is no harm in the letter expressing the myriad of ways that these goals could be accomplished. And I think that it all boils down to, in order to ensure that these things can happen, these properties need to be withdrawn from the auction. And ultimately that is a request that it appears that the city, that the mayor's office and the city has everything within their power to be able to do. The difference, I guess, in my head is that, like, we can't really use the letter to propose a specific solution because we don't have one particular solution that we know is going to work. We're not like making an offer for an amount of cash or anything like that. So I think we can list those things out, but the crux of the letter is, if you withdraw these properties from the auction, then we can accomplish the goals that are stated in our plans, and that we know that the public is interested in us accomplishing those goals.
I just want to add in the comments, Bob Williford said, solving the deterioration of the building is an expense way beyond the auction price. Do you anticipate demolishing this building or restoring it?
The building is entirely restorable. It is superficially dilapidated, but it's entirely restorable.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, my opinion is that we're not necessarily saying that we would like the city to own the building. I think we're more interested in the trail system that goes through the land, and that's what's more important for, you know, the residents of Greenfield as it relates to open space, I think. So I think, you know, we're not necessarily asking to own this entire property or both, you know, both parcels. Just want to be able to see what could be done, I guess.
I would like the city to own both parcels. It's almost 20 acres of contiguous,
Yeah.
forested habitat adjacent to this larger Rocky Mountain Park with exemplary natural communities and several endangered plants. I think there's like 35 endangered plants up there. Yeah, I say I want all 20 acres.
That's definitely an option.
But conservation easements on the trails is an option.
Yeah. Yeah, right now there are no options unless the auction does not happen. That's kind of the crux of the matter here.
I would just say at some point in the letter, we should mention the specifics of the trail situation to some degree. It doesn't have to be in great detail, but just to, who knows if like the mayor and the treasurer even know that there is a confluence of trails there, and that if someone were to no trespass or fence, that you would essentially have trails that just kind of ended in limbo, and people would have to start turning back and retracing their steps every time. I think that's worth mentioning, not to mention the Ridgeline Trail that goes through both.
Is that
Or people will just make their own trails and hurt those delicate resources.
Right. Yeah. The most likely outcome. Yeah.
Bob Williford sent another question. Does Poet's Seat B&B impede use of the trails?
There's, I believe they posted at some point, but I've never seen any hostility or anything like that to the occasional trail user. So
the owner of formerly the A&W at the bottom has been posting that he doesn't like people parking on his land to access the trail. And the bed and breakfast posted against people using some of the trail that leads close to their building. But the building
Stephen, your audio is cutting out there. I'm not sure if you're too far.
So there has been objection recently to parking at the bottom at Stone Farm Lane by the owner of the former A&W property. And there has been posting by the bed and breakfast against use of the trail which leads close to their building. There is a trail which leads up to the driveway, to the lane, but they have no objection to anyone using the trail that goes along the ridge.
I will just say that that trail was posted at some point, the Ridgeline Trail, but
Really?
again, it doesn't look like it was recent or particularly. I've never heard of anyone being turned away. So
He doesn't like people coming and parking on the lane either.
Okay, so currently I have 3 bullet points: the withdrawing the 2 properties, discussing how the it seems the city has the authority to withdraw the properties, and an overview of the current trail system on Rocky Mountain Ridge. I didn't know if we were in agreement about the other bullet point that was mentioned about potential solutions of certain people buying it or not.
I would definitely support referencing that sort of within the bullet point of pausing the auction to figure out solutions, and talking about how we're looking for open space solutions, but also acknowledge that, you know, there's fiscal considerations here too, and that mentioning that we know of citizens who have, offered to, who are willing to at least, I don't know what the right way to phrase it, but I think you know what I'm getting at. Like, there have been offers in excess of the back taxes already, something like that. I don't know what the best way to phrase it is.
Something about with a specific commitment, whether it's me or not, I would want someone with a specific commitment to preserve the land and conserve the land and keep the trail system open to whoever wants to enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, we could say potential conservation buyers have expressed interest in purchasing and conserving the land, which would alleviate the fiscal concerns and the open space concerns or something like that.
Yeah, the only thing I'm still thinking, like, you know, with a private buyer, I would think the mayor might say, well, if someone is interested in buying that, they can buy it at the auction, you know.
Yeah, I was trying to leave it vague enough where, like, it could imply that they would do that at the auction, but just that the money was there. But I don't know if that's the best strategy or not.
I think the best strategy is just to be really clear about what we're asking for, rather than confusing it with like a long litany of different potential solutions. I think the point is that we can say with confidence that there is interest in finding a solution, and whether that solution ends up being a conservation buyer that is a private sale rather than an auction, because they, you know, it's something that has worked out. I don't know if that's possible, but like, you know, if that's possible, it can happen. But rather than trying to elaborate on it specifically, I think that it's best to just point out that we are confident that there are solutions that have not been explored, and they can't be explored unless we're given the opportunity to do that.
Or Travis, not exactly getting this in bullet point form, but
I agree, though. I agree. We just need to delay this to allow the community to have more time to engage in the conversation. This is a landmark.
Right, so I guess the bigger idea is not specifics, but that the community is invested and interested in working with the commission and the city and all interested parties in the best solution, not just throwing it out there to the highest bidder who might not be as invested in our community.
That's great. Yeah, I think we can easily incorporate saying that we have heard from the public that they are in support of this at our meetings, because I think that's true from both the last meeting and this meeting.
While he has been a superior steward, I'll mention that Errol bought the bed and breakfast sight unseen from California.
I have no idea if this is at all relevant to the letter you would write, but if that facility or those facilities are fixable at a reasonable rate, given that the city is up against a housing shortage of pretty immense proportion, that's another potential, perhaps a potential argument for not selling the property to someone private, but creating housing out of the buildings that are there, again, if they're fixable. I understand that's not the open space argument that this committee is looking at, but if that's an added potential argument that might be useful to make, at least want to throw it out there as a possibility.
Mhm. It just makes me think that it's a little bit unfortunate that this property came up for auction when it did, and not a couple of years from now when the Community Preservation Committee might be able to purchase the property for the city. Unfortunately, that is not possible yet.
Travis, is that due to a lack of accumulated funds, or is it about a sort of
Yeah. I mean, basically, the full disclosure, I'm also on the Community Preservation Committee as a representative from the Conservation Commission, but yes, there are currently zero funds in the Community Preservation Fund. So that won't happen for a while.
But all the more reason to delay the auction.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sharing what I've got so far. And just to clarify again, we would vote on this and then work out the details in excruciating detail afterwards. But we'd be committing to these being included in the letter that we ultimately write.
You feel like we should include city council in the top bullet point, given participation tonight, or would that kind of just confuse things?
It's fine.
I think we should. This looks good. I think that the drafts that we have, that we already have, would very much alignment with this. So I'm pretty confident that we can include these things in what we in some version of what we already have written.
Yeah, and I was just going to add that we might not want to add too many bullet points if we're deciding how long. I kind of have a concern that a my turn, it might take longer to get a my turn in the paper than it would a letter to the editor, because it takes up so much more room. And when I reached out to the recorder, they said that a letter to the editor could probably go in on Tuesday. So that makes me think at my turn, they might have those planned out a little further ahead. I'm not sure. I don't know if anyone knows at this meeting, but that would make me more in favor of a shorter letter that could be a letter to the editor, I think.
Also, if they publish more letters to the editor in a single paper than they do my turns, then
Yes.
Then we have a much higher likelihood of being able to be published. I don't, which seems really important given the time frame.
The person I did talk to at the recorder suggested if we wanted to include, like, I asked about including imagery or anything, and they said not in the paper, but you could go on the Facebook and comment on the article with links to resources. Just throwing that out there before I forget.
Yeah, we got another comment.
I'm just wondering if any of the city's point of view here goes to tax revenue from the future, and if it would be politic to use some phrase like private-public partnership, exploring private partners, private-public partnerships to meet the goals of the open space, et cetera, but to not withdraw from the city the possibility that they would, make some taxes on future ownership of the building. And I mention this just because of a conversation about another property when somebody spoke of why the city would not want it to be donated to a nonprofit because then they would lose the tax base. So just a thought to use that phrase.
Well, it's challenging because obviously the treasurer sought to upgrade this to commercial property for the sake of sale in order to encourage that, while the property is not actually available for that at all. So that was kind of strange.
Well, I was thinking more in terms of an individual interested in the house, but making the land available.
All right. Well, that is exactly what my family has done for 70 years. So
Right.
yeah, someone else might do the same thing.
Yeah.
Yes. The notion of partnership brings ideas of corporatehood to my mind, but I guess it doesn't necessarily imply that.
Right. Well, I was thinking of using the phrase to strengthen the argument to postpone the auction. But to mean what I just said it to mean, not to mean development.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. I'll just say I think it could be beneficial to mention, if it would be, but I could see an appeal to future tax revenue being in there, because that is absolutely a possibility in some of the solutions that could come up. You know, if it involved trail easements, even if it's conservation of the majority of the property in a form that would result in lower taxes for that section, that could also mean that the house parcel still exists and is sold to a private individual who pays taxes. So without saying we would find such a solution, I don't think it's dishonest to say that that could be part of it, and that we recognize that concern on behalf of the city. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm wondering how specific we should be. Like, should we say, we want to find a solution, like including but not limited to, and then you could say like private-public partnerships, splitting the parcels, conservation easements. I mean, it would be fairly easy to like list those things and say, these are things that could be considered and more.
I think that's a good idea because it brings into focus what we're trying to say is possible. It makes it less vague and therefore less easy to dismiss. In my
And
mind.
less easy to make it sound like we're just trying to grab it for ourselves. I guess.
Yeah. So we want
it's
to
not for ourselves, it's for the city.
We're not a greedy conservation commission, Travis.
I know.
Honestly.
I'm not saying we are. I'm just saying
nobody else knows that.
Grabbing it for ourselves.
Don't want it to sound
every
like
person
that.
Or even we don't want to sound like we're not aware of any fiscal concern that the city has, even outside of the back taxes, like, and that such a solution exists. Like I definitely think we should.
I think that falls under the fact, like our confidence that there are solutions that exist, and I think we should leave that for the purposes of motioning to make this letter happen. I think we should leave that vague and know that we have all of these different ideas that have been brought up in the meeting, and that we can use our judgment when we get into the letter itself as to which ones we have space to mention and we feel like will be most powerful. So I think in just looking at the time, it might be, if we don't have anything that wouldn't fall under one of these bullets already, I think we should decide that we're doing this and then move to looking at an actual draft of a letter, and we have all of these ideas that we can see which ones fit.
Yeah. So is there any other discussion on these bullet points adding a bullet point, or are the commissioners ready to vote on this? I just want to see Erica. I see that Erica is in this meeting, but you've been muted this whole time, and I just wanted to make sure you're available. You can vote.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. Okay. I just wanted to
Okay.
make sure before we voted.
Yeah, I'm trying to use my phone because it seems to be a little bit more stable than my computer, but yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that works. All right. Well, I will go ahead and put that up for a vote then. And I think I'm gonna do a roll call vote just based on the way our names are listed on the website. Just, I don't know, it makes it easier that way, since there are so many people in this meeting right now. So the vote is on whether to approve these bullet points as the basis for a letter to the mayor. Fletcher.
That is to be delivered to the mail and given to the recorder.
Yes, to be given to the recorder and delivered to
for publication and delivery to the mayor.
Yes, thank you. So Fletcher.
I'm a yay.
Erica.
Yes.
Kristen.
Yes.
Rachel.
Yes.
And Travis, I am also a yes. Okay. So that was approved unanimously. And so we will move on to the letter draft. So at this point, if there are members of the public who, you're free to stick around through the rest of this. But if you need to leave, just know that we did vote that we are going to send this letter based on these bullet points. So yes, that is where we are. All right. Does anyone have the commissioners, do any of the commissioners have a suggestion on, I think Rachel started looking at Fletcher's draft. Is that where we want to start?
I'm up for starting with either. I'll just say that mine was, double the shorter of the 2 word counts. So I don't know if that means we should try to expand yours or if we should try to whittle down mine, but either way.
Okay. Well, I'll say mine was, with all of our names at the bottom, it was like 297 words, I think. So I was trying to get it right under that 300 word limit. So that's where mine is right now.
I think that I think starting with one that is with yours, Travis, that is the correct length already. And then I think, having read both of them, I think they say there's many points that align really, really well between the 2 of them. And so I think maybe one thing that we could do is we could read through yours, and then go back and read through the one that Fletcher started and look and see like if there's anything that's really missing from that, and then how to work it in without changing the word count.
Okay, I just want to, can we have Chris, sorry, can we have Chris go ahead? Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I don't know if you saw my message.
I didn't until just now.
I'm with the recorder, and I talked to the editor-in-chief earlier. If you get a My Turn in by tonight, we will publish it Tuesday.
Okay, great.
Just wanted to let you guys know that before I logged off.
That's great, thank you.
Your letter, Travis, is up to 313 words now.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I added a couple and took a couple away. And I don't know. I must have made it a little longer. Sorry.
That's okay. I just want to add, just for reading it into the record, some other comments that are in the chat. Joy said, "Thank you for all your help keeping our town open and green." Doug said, thank you for all your work. I'll be signing off. Please let us know so we can contact Greenfield Committee. And then I think then the other comment, JCMAH, I forget who that was. It says, please email or text this letter to JCMAHERA.
Greenfield, Greenfield.
Okay, so yeah, so we can see if Greenfield can write a letter to support the same main points if you'd like that to be done over the weekend. So those are the comments that we had in chat at this point. Okay, so based on what we just heard about for the recorder, do we want to start with Fletcher's since it's longer? Or do we want to do a my turn?
We could stick with the plan of kind of moving anything missing into yours, I think.
Okay.
It just feels like that might be the most efficient.
Okay. Sorry for stealing your thunder there, Fletcher, and writing a draft myself.
I'm okay. I'm okay with it.
I had to write something. I had all these ideas. I just didn't write it down. So okay, I will share my screen. I'm gonna share my screen, and then if you guys wouldn't mind, can we have like a 5-minute recess and then come back? But I'll leave this on my screen so everyone can see.
It's a great idea, Travis.
Okay, so I got 6:43 right now. So how about we meet back at 6:48? 5 minutes. All right, see you in a minute.
Thanks, Travis.
Create beautiful emails with free Gmail templates. Compose a new email and click the Insert Template button. Here you can choose a free template. We have hundreds of beautiful templates to choose from.
True.
All right, it looks like all of the commissioners are back now. So we can go ahead and resume.
No, this isn't Zoom, it's Webex.
Erica, are you able to view this on a computer and you're just using WebEx through your phone?
Yeah, well, I have your original one on my computer, up on my computer, so
Okay,
I can
yeah,
kind of,
that's what we're looking at.
yeah, so I mean, I'm not sure if it has all the updates on it that might be on this one, but I
Okay.
can kind of see this one, so.
Yep, yeah, we have not started making any updates to it yet. Well, other than a few, I guess, that Kristen did. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's the right file.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
The one that says Travis letter draft.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure you could see it.
Yeah. Just trying to make this all work with my limited technology.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Travis, maybe it would be helpful for you or somebody else. I'm happy to do that, to just read what you have here. And
sure. Yeah.
Should I do that?
If you'd like to. I'll just say that this was a stream of consciousness letter, basically, that I put down. So this is definitely a rough draft.
It's good. It says, I would start this, dear Mayor Wade Gardner, the Conservation Commission urges you to withdraw the 87 Stone Ridge Lane and adjacent 13-acre parcel from the upcoming public auction on September 22nd, 2021. While the Commission is aware that the city is not required to consult with public bodies before selling tax title properties at auction, these parcels are such extraordinary opportunities for open space protection along Rocky Mountain Ridge that all avenues of conservation should be explored before putting them up for auction. These Stony Ridge Lane parcels are of particular conservation importance because they abut Rocky Mountain Conservation Area and would provide a nearly 20-acre seamless extension of protection over the ridge. The existing hiking trails in the Rocky Mountain Conservation Area currently continue through these parcels, providing public access to open space. These parcels also provide exemplary natural communities and critical habitat for state-listed plants and wildlife, as they are classified by Mass Wildlife's Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program as priority habitat of rare species. The conservation of these parcels is in line with the goals in Greenfield's Open Space and Recreation Plan 2021 to 2028, which states pieces of the Rocky Mountain Ridge on the east are currently unprotected and are valued as scenic views. Development in these areas would limit public access to the numerous magnificent vistas from these high elevations, and preservation of these areas should be prioritized. The packet for the upcoming auction states, seller reserves the right to cancel or withdraw property at any time. This process of withdrawing tax title properties from public auction has been utilized in past auctions. The Conservation Commission urges Mayor Wade Gardner, or urges you to exercise this right and withdraw the Stone Ridge Lane parcels from the auction and initiate a process to determine how these parcels may be conserved. Respectfully, us. I think we want to discuss this now. Should we go read the other letter and kind of cross pollinate?
Yeah, we might as well do that. Read the other one too. Do you want to read that, or do you want someone else to read it?
Either way.
Keep going.
I nominate you,
Okay.
Rachel.
Second.
I guess I'll read this with
I do I looked through your edits and made a couple little changes, so feel free to read with the edits because I think it all works.
Great. Dear Mayor Weidergartner, we urge you to postpone the upcoming auction of 87 Stone Ridge Lane that includes 2 parcels of land totaling approximately 20 acres along the Connecticut River Ridge line. For many decades, the land has played an important role as an unofficial extension of recreational trails, forest land, and wildlife habitat of Rocky Mountain Park just north of Poet's Seat. 3 of the park's most popular recreation trails intersect on the land. The red, white, and blue trails would end abruptly if not for their confluence on the 13-acre southern parcel. These trails see regular use by hikers, dog walkers, cyclists, and trail runners. They also offer a bit of nearby solitude for visitors to Poet's Seat on days when the tower and parking area become crowded. The land is almost entirely covered in mature forest and serves important ecological roles given its unique topography, natural communities, and proximity to the Connecticut River and its floodplain. The National Heritage and Endangered Species Program, NHESP, has designated the majority of the ridge, including these parcels, as Biomap 2 Core habitat. This designation classifies lands that are most critical for ensuring the long-term persistence of rare and other native species and their habitats, exemplary natural communities, and a diversity of ecosystems. The NHESP also identifies land as priority habitat for rare species, lands which are most critical for ensuring the long-term persistence of rare and other native species and their habitats, exemplary natural communities, and a diversity of ecosystems. While the NHESP priority habitat designation restricts many forms of development without an intensive project review, it would not prevent a future owner from blocking trail use, non-commercial forest cutting, or building allowed structures. To send the parcels to auction without considering conservation strategies is foolish, given the uncertain disposition of future owners. We recognize that there are back taxes owed on the land, and these are costs that the city should recuperate. However, there are a number of potential conservation scenarios that do not conflict with the future sale of some or all of the parcels to a private owner. We urge you to consider the following actions. Withdraw the parcels from the upcoming public auction. This is both legal and there's precedent for parcels being withdrawn. The auction announcement is accompanied by the statement, seller reserves the right to cancel or withdraw the property at any time. Place a trail easement on the official trails which cross the property, ensuring they would always be available for park visitors. And then it could also deed some or all of the larger park connected parcel to itself for conservation purposes, or place a conservation restriction over some portion of the property, and engage the Conservation Commission et al. In a discussion of strategies to maintain public access while recuperating lost tax revenue. Not all of these actions preclude a future auction of the land or future tax revenues from a private owner. With due process involving the Conservation Commission and citizens of Greenfield, we believe it is possible to reach a win-win solution from both fiscal and open space perspectives. With this in mind, the city should postpone the auction scheduled for September 22nd in order to consider alternative conservation strategies. We also urge the citizens of Greenfield to reach out to the mayor and make your voice heard on this matter.
I like that Fletcher's letter addresses the cultural and kind of historical significance, in addition to the public open space and trails, and also the rare species issue. And also he brings up the trail junction. Those are just 2 separate points. And I really liked in Travis's version, that 3rd paragraph that specifically quotes one of our goals in the Greenfield Open Space and Recreation Plan. That's powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was actually in agreement.
Sorry, Erica, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I agree with that. I mean, isn't that something that the city voted on, right, to accept? I mean, wasn't the open space plan voted on or accepted as the next, as a plan? So therefore, it should have been kind of read, and they should know what's in it. And this exact thing was in it. you know, that this land right here should be preserved.
Mhm.
Yeah, I definitely support including that reference for sure.
I think that there's three things that I think could be taken very easily, like succinctly from the draft that Fletcher wrote and inserted in here. The second paragraph, I agree with.
Yeah,
Or
I like that.
that whole paragraph, or figures minute, because I totally agree with you, Kristen. I think that that's a really succinct and good way of talking about really the public use, that cultural connection. I like that there's mention of both the biomap to core habitat as well as NATSP. I know it's not a regulatory designation, but I think it carries weight enough to like mention it, at least in name, that it's not just the prime habitat for rare species, which is regulatory.
I'd point out that it's the natural heritage, though, not national.
Natural, yeah.
Okay, good catch. And also the quote for both seems to be the same as far as the description goes, but I don't think that's. I think I thought I corrected that and didn't, so I'm looking.
It might be redundant.
Yeah, it might be, but I thought there was a different one.
I don't know if it's necessary to.
Yeah, no,
I
I'm not
like
saying
the
it is, but I just wanted to point that out in case we were going to copy and paste that those are identical quotes. So don't need to do it.
We all know what priority habitat is, but does the public? I don't know. I'm torn on that.
I think it's good to, I mean, if they are actually correct and they both have the same definition there, I think we should at least include it once. That was
Agreed.
something that I like to see, exactly what that means.
I like the
people-
definition.
People are gonna know what it is.
What are we looking at? Priority habitat or the core biomap stuff?
I know the quote is definitely from biomap, so I think priority habitat to see if it's different.
I'll look it up and see what I can find.
I think the only thing I would probably not say that to send these would be foolish.
I was waiting for someone to push back on that.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
I just couldn't bring myself to.
I mean, I believe it, but I'm not suggesting we should.
Yes,
say it.
basically we're calling them foolish.
How about ill-advised?
That's a good
Yeah.
word for
Well,
it.
the reason I did have unwise in there, but then I had another word starting with un, so I moved to foolish.
It's a synonym for like reckless or hasty or.
I like
I like that.
Hasty?
I like reckless.
It's a little loaded. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think
Ill-advised might be
ill-advised
good.
is more neutral.
Yeah.
So, we were talking about, are we going to copy some of this from Fletcher's draft and put it into the other draft, or?
I think that's, yeah.
I think I would suggest taking pieces out of this and inserting into the other, just so that we have one that that we know where we're,
Okay.
Has
someone already started that, or should I do that, or?
I did.
Okay.
I'm using
I saw that this was
suggestions.
copied. Sure.
I'm using suggestions. So if you want to keep sharing that, I'm just going to go through and like, as people say, I like this, I'll copy it over, and then we can flip back to the other one and realign things. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Did we get the cultural reference that was in the beginning of Fletcher's letter?
Yeah, for many decades.
I like that. I personally, I like that. So we get the natural
I
you know,
imagine it's
natural
longer than
resources,
that.
cultural resources, open space. That's three major kind of
Yeah.
umbrellas.
That might be able to replace part of my opening paragraph or something, or the second paragraph.
Working on it.
One
Yeah.
thing,
If
I don't have a
this
strong
is kind of
opinion,
what I
but
do, like professionally, so if you guys just keep being like, I like this, I like this, I like that, I will just like figure out where it goes as a suggestion, and then we can move
Okay.
over and tweak it if
That
that
sounds good. Yeah.
I
Okay.
was wondering if other commissioners thought that where Travis said the thing about not needing to come to us as a commission, like if there's
Mhm.
if there's space needs, I would potentially edit that out, but
Yeah.
I think it's a reasonable thing to say. It's just like I don't know if it's as necessary as some of the other stuff. But
Yeah.
that's only if we need the space, I would say that.
Yeah, I just added that to try to, you know,
Soften the blow.
that was
Yeah,
a bridge,
actually.
yeah, bridge building. Like,
Little peace offering there.
we understand you don't need to do this, and
Yeah.
but we would like you to.
Yeah. I don't see a priority habitat quote that's quite like the other one.
I know. I think basically what priority habitat is it's rare and endangered species. It's rare habitat for plants and animals. Estimated habitat is basically rare species habitat that's like wetlands animals.
Mhm.
So if you've got priority habitat and not estimated habitat, which we have in this particular case, you know it's a plant. So it's weird. I feel like the better quote is going to be from the biomap, the core definition, the biomap 2, which is I think what you have.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, and I
we
think
could almost just kind of list both and then use that quote somehow.
Yeah, it's more descriptive that way, I think.
yeah, and I was gonna say,
Can we just make plain descriptions without including jargon?
What do you see as jargon?
Priority habitat. I mean, people might have an image of knowing what it means, but they don't. If we actually spelled it out.
In this case, priority habitat is the official designation of a regulatory type of land. So I think that by including the definition, maybe we're clarifying that it's not jargon, that it's a like classifiable type of land.
Yeah, if it didn't have implications, maybe, but it definitely does.
It does. Okay.
And I'm even wondering, like, you know, we're gonna have people reading this that are like, oh, biomap 2, yeah. And then we're gonna have people reading this that go, oh my God, here's people talking about biomap again. That killed my last project. And for those people are both going to get something different out of the fact that priority habitat is regulatory. Like, oh well, that's going to be a headache if I try to buy that at auction. So.
And I was just gonna say that I think for someone who had never heard any of these terms, I think the biomap 2 core habitat is not very descriptive, and it's good to have a description of it. Whereas you can imagine what priority habitat for rare species, like, you know, that uses simpler words that are easier to understand than biomap 2 core habitat. That sounds like some NASA term or something. So are we talking about deleting that? Essentially?
Oh, you don't have to worry about deleting anything.
Okay, because we're moving it over to the other one. But yeah.
I'm pulling things as we're talking.
All right. I don't want to mess with your process.
Do we have any reference to the fact that this is a community landmark? That was one of the comments from the public in our meeting earlier.
What does that mean? A community landmark?
It means that a very few people are familiar with it, I think.
I mean, if you Google Greenfield, Massachusetts, it's what comes up as the picture of Greenfield. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned Poet Seat instead of just saying Rocky Mountain Park. But
yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Like I can never remember where Rocky Mountain Park is exactly until I double check.
Kristen, is there a way that you would phrase that, like, to sort of highlight that? Because I think that is important. It's like, if it's like an identifying feature of the city or something to that nature?
This is something that Joy said, and I wrote it down. She just said it's a landmark of our community. So I just wrote that down because I liked that. But that was a quote from Joy earlier.
Great.
This isn't really related to this, but I'm curious if any of the commissioners have ever done the Ridge Trail hike from Canada Hill all the way to like Sachem's Head, I guess is the other end. I did that once and it was pretty cool.
My partner's walked, my husband's walked from Sugarloaf up to Stop and Shop.
Wow. Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I walk up to Poet Seat like once every other week. I live right at the bottom. So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's even a lot of bikers go from the Canada Hill area even up to what's the there's another like wildlife area up kind of to the west of the industrial park, cross Route 2. I forget what it is, but there's more trails up there.
Where's Canada Hill? Is that part of the 8 Mile Loop?
It's like north of the ridge area we're talking about. Kind of like
Canada Hill is a road that goes from French King Highway to the Turner's Falls Road right by the bridge. So the ridge area of that is called Canada Hill.
Oh, thank you.
Canada Hill Road.
There's a mass wildlife property up there. That's kind of closed to the public currently, but
Greenfield Conservation Commission property up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, if we keep going down the by paragraph here. So if we're down, I've integrated in biomap to core habitat with the quoted definition of what that means. The next paragraph begins to talk about the different solutions that might be able to be met. Do we feel like it's important to point out in our letter that some of these environmental habitats would potentially restrict forms of development, or should? I'm wondering if that really helps our cause or not. Like if we're asking them to pause an auction, I wonder if it helps our point to emphasize that the development on that land might not actually be possible as advertised.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's necessary.
Well, yeah, and I was thinking about that. We need to be careful because if it ends up going through, somebody does buy it and somebody tries to develop it and they come before us, and we turn them down, even though we might have a legal reason to turn them down, they might, turn around and say, it's a conflict of interest. You didn't want this to go through anyway, and depending on
that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
I know. I
But
just
there are
threw that
entirely
in there
legal reasons why it would be turned down, which have nothing to do with you.
I know,
aside
but
from the endangered species, there are other reasons.
Right. Oh no, I'm saying that there probably would be completely legal reasons, but somebody might pull that up saying, well, look, you didn't want this to come anyway, and you're just trying to spite me or whatever. And
in that case, you get somebody else to turn it down instead of you.
Yeah, no, I put that section in there just because I was anticipating builders or developers being like, oh, you can't even build on that parcel or something. I don't know why. I put it in there just in case we wanted to keep it, but I don't think it's necessarily helpful. It might even be harmful to what we're trying to do. So.
And I think the fact that we're putting in about
I almost think that whole paragraph could be. Oh, sorry, Erica. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. It's okay. Good.
You were breaking up there.
Oh, so go ahead.
I was gonna say I almost think that a lot of the next section could be summed up by one of those bullet points. Just saying that we're confident that there are that there's public support behind finding solutions, blah blah blah. I don't know. I might need to look back. I don't know if that's a shared document. If we have access in the drive, those bullet points that we came up with before.
Oh,
That might be good.
the bullet points for our letter.
The bullet points we voted on.
Yeah, they are not currently in a document shared on the drive, but I will do that.
Do you mind pasting them in to one of these letters at the bottom, just for ease of not needing to retype things?
All right, it's at the bottom of Fletcher's.
Great, thanks.
Those were in my personal document that's a meeting script, so I remember to say everything I need to say in the meeting.
That's very smart.
Yeah.
Could have used that.
And these bullet points, we probably, well, I guess I have them elsewhere, but I was going to say we probably shouldn't edit them because it is what we voted on.
Yeah, I mean, we should keep these this way, but I think they can be paraphrased, and I don't think they have to be said like they're not in the right format to be included.
Oh, no. I just mean like we should preserve what these bullet points are. That's all I meant. So we know what we voted on.
Yes, definitely. I will not edit them.
I missed this comment earlier from Jan, who said that she had to sign off, but please send her the final version of the letter so she can paraphrase and circulate it to Green and Greenfield members.
It fits the law.
She said, also let me know when you'd plan to hand deliver it. Thanks.
Great.
Could that be done on the weekend?
I don't think hand delivering it would. I think that would be Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, the idea of that was to also request like an in-person with the mayor.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah.
Which to me, that seems like Tuesday is probably going to be most likely since.
We wouldn't be able to make an appointment until.
Yeah. Until Monday.
Is implore like is that too sound too like medieval?
I don't think so.
It sounds a bit like we're at her mercy, which.
Right? I mean, which we are, but.
We don't want to say that.
I think it would also be politic to deliver it to her before it's in the paper.
I mean, I could.
I don't know
if it's going to be possible. Unfortunately, I think that's the unfortunate situation with the timing. But yeah, I mean, I can try like first thing Monday morning to see when we can get an appointment with the mayor. Do any of the commissioners have times that may or may not work for that? Like Monday or Tuesday? Like if we were able to do it like Monday afternoon or something, maybe? I know it'd be short notice.
I could do like lunchtime or afternoon.
I am in Amherst really early Monday and Tuesday. Supposedly that's the plan right now on a construction site doing turtle surveys. So I could probably get out early, but mornings would be tougher.
Okay. Sorry, Fletcher and Rachel, you were both speaking at the same time. How about Rachel first? What did you say?
I said I could be flexible.
Okay.
And I just said lunchtime or afternoon would both be fine for me.
Okay. Okay.
I could hopefully work around.
Okay.
What about appeal instead of implore? I don't know.
Yeah.
Still thinking about that.
I eliminated the need for the word.
It does sound like we're begging for her mercy.
Yeah. Oh, to beg. No.
I'm just gonna do a word count right now.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
487.
All kinds of space.
Although it doesn't have to be 750 words. Just up to.
No, I think it's better that it's.
I think it would more easily fit in the paper probably if it was smaller.
I think.
Oh, Erica, you're breaking up.
Oh, I just said, I think people are more likely to read something a little shorter.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true too.
Sometimes.
Definitely fits into the cranium better.
Okay. So I think I caught everything specific from the other letter. The one thing other thing that occurred to me, if we flip back, to Travis's draft, is that in this paragraph that talks about the Greenfield Open Space and Recreation Plan, Travis, you also had a quote or a page from the in the list that you shared at the very beginning of this letter. Exactly. This important quote that wasn't there one from the master plan as well, or did you just have three?
No, I actually looked in the master plan and I couldn't find anything in there.
Oh, okay.
All I could find was, I mean, there were things that said like, oh, we have beautiful ridges, but it didn't say like, we need to make sure we protect them. But the open space plan definitely did.
That is in our drive, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It was like important quotes or something. I don't know.
Where did that come? Did you compile those?
Yeah, I was just going through and doing word searches for ridge and then seeing what I could find.
Nice.
Ridge protection, importance quotes.
Yeah.
I would consider taking that goal A1 like word for word and pulling it in, including the like page reference, because I think that's like very clear.
Yeah,
and it's one of the first, and it's one of the first goals in the open space plan. I mean, I cut out, there's like goal A1 action, and then there's like a bunch of bullet points, but that was one of them. I think we could just take say that it's a goal to develop a formalized interconnected trail system along the entire length of the Rocky Mountain Ridge.
I like keeping the citation though, like Rachel, you just said. The page, I don't know, personally.
Yeah.
I'm a scientist. I love citations.
Yeah, I agree. So one of the first goals I don't know if this is the right way to do this, but anyway, I like the citation as well.
Yeah.
And do you think we can modify this? The conservation of these parcels is in line with the publicly recognized goals, or like I don't know, some reference to the fact that the open space and recreation plan
Was
has
developed with
like,
public input.
developed with public support or public input. Yeah. Okay. Let me just look back at those bullet points, because I think if this is what we motioned on, then we should make sure we don't say specifically list all of those, like the Conservation Commission, Recreation Department, City Council, Mayor. Is that important to list out, and where would that happen? I think that would happen down at the bottom here.
It could be in that last sentence to
Yeah.
initiate a process between and then list those things.
Yeah.
Or including. Yeah, that involves.
Or that allows.
Mm.
What am I missing here?
Do we want to maybe not say how the parcels may be conserved, maybe something like more like how these parcels can be of the best benefit to the town or something like that? So we're not limiting it to just conservation.
Conserving, yeah.
I mean, so we're acknowledging that we understand you want some tax money from it. We understand there are other issues, but
We are a city. Am I wrong in saying City of Greenfield?
Yeah, we're city.
Okay.
We became a city, I think, in 2005. I forget. When were we a city? Erica, you know, I'm sure, right?
Not exactly. But yeah. No, I don't know exactly. I think it was but I think it was a couple of years ago that they actually like really made a push for it. That they changed like the sign on the senior center. I think they made it say. I think it originally said town, and now it says city. Stuff like
and I think
are we still officially the city known as the town of Greenfield?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think when they became a city, they said, well, we're going to be a city, but we're going to be known as the town of Greenfield. But then they changed it, I think, more recently, like you were saying. And I think now we are going by the city of Greenfield.
Oh, dear.
Just
I was a city dweller briefly.
I think so. I think there was confusion about when new people. I think there was confusion when new people were coming into town, and it was a city, but we were calling it a town. And
yeah.
They were confused.
I think that's the point. Keep them confused.
I'm sorry. I don't understand. I mean, apparently cities have mayors or whatever, and that's. I didn't see why we had to change to start with, but that was what somebody told me.
It all
I
started
heard
with
that it was a
fire.
state fuel push, but I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Rachel, that last sentence,
Yeah.
I think a word was left out or something. It says to determine how these parcels may be the best benefit to the city.
Oh yeah. Maybe.
Or how these parcels
It didn't have to
may
be exactly that. I just
how these parcels may best benefit the community, or I don't know.
Now I'm getting so confused in my edits. Can't tell when they may best benefit the community. Period. Okay, I'm
The
gonna accept.
city and community.
I can't do that.
I think that works because then I think the community is, it encompasses the city itself and
And the county.
the people who live there. Yeah, I mean it's utilized by not just people in Greenfield too.
I realize I'm like inviting y'all to my dinner.
That's all right. I'm still holding off for dinner.
Apologies.
Just be nice to your keyboard.
Sorry.
He said,
Be nice to your keyboard.
Oh,
Don't share your dinner with it.
got one of these on it.
Ah, ooh, she
Right there
practiced
with-
safe keyboarding.
I'm a seasoned snacker and worker. Bad habit, but okay. I think I got that the commission is confident solutions have been that there are solutions exist that have not been explored. The Travis already had the auction precedents. I'm not sure what's meant here by overview of the current trail system on Rocky Mountain Ridge and whether our description at the beginning fulfills that bullet
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the intent.
Yeah, we just said that we wanted to make sure that we talked about the trail system and how it relates to these parcels. I think that might have been a better way to write that.
I'm wondering the sentence in the second paragraph, the existing hiking trails in the Rocky Mountain Conservation Area currently continue through these parcels, providing public access to open space. I'm wondering if the wording of that should say something as to the extent of for the last 70 years, the existing, the public has been permitted to access this space through the use of the existing hiking trails. Like just putting the point that they don't exist as public trails because it's public land. They exist because for the last 70 years, the public has been allowed to access the trails on this land that is not public.
That's a lovely idea.
Yeah,
and I think it
like
should
that.
also say exclusive access from the north end.
We just want to be careful about repeating. There's a sentence in the first paragraph that says, for many decades, the land has played an important role as an unofficial extension of the recreational trails, forest land, wildlife habitat of the park.
That's a good
Perhaps
point.
we can expand on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost think you could take out that sentence, the existing trails, because then it goes into Fletcher's where it's basically saying the same thing, only better because it talks about the intersection of the trails.
Yeah, that's good. I was hoping we could get at the actual number of decades. So that looks better.
Yeah, that's great. I agree with that. I think we can let's not be redundant. If we can eliminate a sentence and still say the same thing better, let's do it.
I think the last sentence of the first paragraph might be a little too long. Let's see. Avenues of conservation that should be explored before.
I accept the multiple layers of suggestions here and then going. I like doing that, but it can get visually confusing. So.
Unofficial yet exclusive access.
Mm-hmm. It should say something about how this is a critical access for the north side. Can we either in that
that's kind of
second, either in the first or second paragraph?
I mean, that's kind of what Fletcher was saying. The trails would end abruptly.
Maybe it's like this section of red, white, and blue trails provide exclusive access to the north end of the ridge through the 13-acre southern parcel.
Yeah, something like that.
Is that what the trails are called, or are those the blaze colors?
Those are the blaze colors. I don't, if you go on the recreation, like I don't know if there's a map of Rocky Mountain Park, partially for the reason that the trails aren't truly official.
There is actually at Poet's Seat in the parking lot, and it shows the driveway of our house as a parking area, public parking. You know, so it is there. I don't think there is any naming other than the blaze colors.
Okay.
And I think they might be, I'm trying to think if any of them extend from the Highland Park area and maintain the same color. I'm not sure.
Oh, I think the blue blaze goes quite a long way.
Yeah, the
I
blue
haven't
blaze
traveled it, but I think that's an extensive one.
Yeah, the blue blaze goes all the way to Canada Hill. Like from Highland Park or Temple Woods.
Do we want to add the word blaze, or is that?
No.
I think that's what people call
Leave
them.
it open to interpretation.
Okay.
Yeah.
People know them as that. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I didn't know that.
I think there's a
and I guess sorry, one thing that I think Stephen clarified is that the confluence of the 3 trails on the 13-acre parcel is actually not the part that is critical for the pass through to the north, because it's actually the pass through the 6-acre parcel that provides access to the road, because that's the parcel where you can actually come out on Stone Ridge Lake. Is that correct, Stephen?
Both of those things are true. According to this map, I've actually not seen this particular map before, but according to this map, the division of those trails is on the 13-acre parcel, but the Ridge Trail still passes through the 6-acre parcel, which is the access to all of those.
Yeah, if the assessor's parcels as drawn are even close to accurate, they do seem to get to encompass the whole, how do I say it? So there's like going from the police station, it's incredibly steep, and then it eventually meets the toe of the the slope and flattens out for a second before going down the other side. And the assessor's parcels show it encompassing everything up to the steepest section going down to the police station. So that means it must be in the parcels. I assume property lines wouldn't, would follow that. So it kind of makes sense.
And also the river trail goes across the 13-acre park. I don't know how that is commonly referred to.
That isn't shown on the assessor's parcels, but it sounds like you have that map that's different.
Yes.
Yeah, and
So,
the blue trail
so
actually
would it-
extends that way.
So would it be accurate to say, if not for their confluence on these parcels, or confluence through these parcels, is it confluence through, as opposed to trying to differentiate between one or the other? Because it sounds like you actually would not be able to access Stone Ridge Lane from the 13-acre parcel without any kind of easement.
Yeah.
That
So
is true.
pass it. The ability to walk through both of these parcels is necessary in order to be able to access the public road.
Yeah. At the risk of making it longer, I would sort of, because they're separate necessary facts to me, that they intersect on one of the parcels so that it gives people the ability to actually not just stop and have to reverse course. And then there is the fact that one of them continues over the ridge line to access the road. So you could maybe say additionally, I don't know which trail is considered, but additionally a trail continues through the 6-acre parcel as well to offer access to Furnace Falls Road or High Street, one or the other. I don't know technically.
Stone Farm Lane.
Stone Farm Lane.
Yeah, here's Stone Farm Lane. I was just bringing up this map to show that this is a map of like the Temple Woods area, Highland Park, that the recreation department has, and they just call these blue trail, red trail, green trail. So
okay.
I just knew I had seen this map before. Thought I'd share that.
Actually, there are trails which are blazed, which are not on that map.
Yeah, I'm not sure how old that map is because it says Town of Greenfield at the top. So it's obviously a little bit older.
Okay. Yeah, where are we at?
567. That's probably a good,
It's a great number.
I like that number.
Yeah. Are we at a point where I was gonna suggest, so down here where we were quoting the Greenfield Open Space and Recreation Plan, this quote, it has this page 416, and I was thinking maybe doing that same thing here.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Just because we don't need to waste words writing out Greenfield Open Space and Recreation Plan 2021-2028 again.
Yeah, again. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know how do I accept suggestions?
If you go over, you just click the
I
check
see.
mark in the suggestion itself. Yeah.
I had your video blocking that.
Pesky videos. Getting in the way all over the place here. Clearly you need double monitor, Travis.
I have two giant monitors in front of me, but they're my work computers, and technically I'm not supposed to use those for anything but work purposes.
You need a surreptitious switch.
Yeah.
Rachel, can we maybe just make, I don't know if it's necessary to say this section of the red, white, and blue trails. We could just say the red, white, and blue trails would end abruptly.
Oh, yeah.
Would end
Save a
without
little.
converging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like right.
Yeah. There you go. The red, white, and blue trails.
Even shorter.
Love it.
Or maybe, what about, can I do one more edit here? As would access to the park from the north. Yeah, just kind of says it's there. You can look it up if you want.
Once we get to a good point, I wouldn't mind reading it out loud, so Rachel doesn't have to.
Yeah, I was going to ask
again.
that.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So this is what we have right now. Dear Mayor Roxanne Wedegardner, the Conservation Commission urges you to withdraw the 87 Stone Ridge Lane. Actually, this says the 87. I think that the should probably be deleted. Yeah. Urges you to withdraw 87 Stone Ridge Lane and the adjacent 13-acre parcel from the upcoming public auction on September 22nd, 2021. While the Commission is aware that the city is not required to consult with public bodies before selling tax title properties at auction, these parcels are extraordinary opportunities for open space protection along Rocky Mountain Ridge. For the last 70 years, this land has played an important role as an unofficial extension of the recreational trails, forest land, and wildlife habitat of Rocky Mountain Park, just north of Poetsy, and all avenues of conservation should be explored before putting them up for auction. This area is a landmark of our community. These Stone Ridge Lane parcels are of particular conservation importance because they abut Rocky Mountain Conservation Area and would provide a nearly 20-acre seamless extension of protection over the ridge. 3 of the park's most popular recreation trails intersect on the land. The red, white, and blue trails would end abruptly if not for their confluence on the 13-acre southern parcel and connection to Stone Ridge Lane, as would critical access to the park from the north. That one feels a little bit long. Something feels off there.
The connection to Stone Ridge Lane part, I don't know if that adds to the trail focus, you know?
I think it does, because
Or it would disrupt the continuity of the trail system, or
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
I also think, not to jump around too much, but in the first sentence, when we reference the 2 parcels, we reference 87 Stone Ridge Lane as the first parcel, and then the 13-acre parcel. Should we say maybe in parentheses or beforehand as a preface, the 6-acre 87 Stone Ridge Lane parcel?
I don't think so.
Because then we jump down to the second paragraph and say it's 20 acres combined. It's kind of intuitive, but I don't know. I just feel like we're identifying one as the name and one as the acreage.
Yeah, I think if we're going to reference it later, we should, but I think we might want to reword that sentence a bit if we're going to do it, so it's a little more fluid.
I think the issue is that there's no address, there's no separate address for the other parcel because there's no frontage. So
you have to use like a
This
parcel
is
number.
a completely reasonable way to refer to it.
I mean, it is referenced in the second paragraph that they're combined 20 acres, so maybe it's intuitive.
I think it is.
I
figure it outable if you're looking.
Sorry, I have another comment. The first sentence on the second paragraph, they're of important concern. just the part where it says they would provide nearly 20 acre seamless
Yeah.
extension. That makes it sound like we've already said
Mm.
these need to be permanently protected by the city to provide 20 acres of extension of
Yeah,
protection.
I think we
I
could
think that's
rework
I think
that.
that's like jumping ahead.
Yeah, they constitute, or I don't know.
They constitute or they have historically provided.
Mm.
Oh, well, no,
I
not
think if
protection.
conserved makes sense. I think that makes it a little more clear.
See, these Stone Ridge parcels
Oops.
are of particular conservation importance because they abut Rocky Mountain Conservation Area.
And
Yeah,
if
I don't know that
preserved.
we even need that second part as long as we get it across somewhere else.
Yeah, I think we just want to reiterate that it's a contiguous, I mean, it's a block of 20 acres that's adjacent to an existing conservation parcel. So it would be a 20 acre addition to a large contiguous forested block of open space.
Yeah. I think it makes sense now, whereas with if conserved on
If
there.
conserved, yeah, I like if conserved.
I like
Important.
I like your point though, Kristen, about it being contiguous open space. I wonder if contiguous open space is better than protection over the ridge.
Yeah, maybe like it currently provides a contiguous 20, nearly 20. I don't know. I'm getting
How
tired.
large is the park? Because it would expand the park by 20 acres, making a park. I mean, that's definitely the largest contiguous piece of open space in our city, for sure.
I feel as though the continuity of the trail system is more important than the actual acreage.
I think we've got a couple different important issues. It's the large block of contiguous forested habitat. It's the public use. It's natural resource conservation. It's cultural resource conservation, and it's public access and public use. I think there's three main bullets, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for the flow of this paragraph, we should consider cutting that. I don't really agree with I don't think we should hang our hat on a scenario that involves fully conserving those parcels. Like it would obviously that's ideal if someone were to either buy them both and give them to the town or whatever the scenario may be, or put a CR on one and donate the other. But
if access were preserved,
a viable scenario could very well just be that the 13 acres is preserved and the easement goes over both, and then they sell the residents to someone else. It's just I don't want to imply that like we're really hanging our hat on like both being added as open space to the park.
Can we say currently provides, or instead of would provide?
As historically
or
provided.
just provides?
Or creates an extension.
What about just provides, because it technically does?
Yeah, it currently and
Yeah,
it
that's the
provides.
existing conditions.
Yeah. So I'll just start that paragraph over. These Stone Ridge Lane parcels are of particular conservation importance because they abut Rocky Mountain Conservation Area and provide a nearly 20 acre seamless extension of contiguous open land.
What about let's see, these Stone Ridge Lane parcels are of particular conservation importance because they abut Rocky Mountain Conservation Area and provide a nearly 20 acre
They add
and provide nearly 20 acres of continuous like forest land or something, or
Yeah, I think add makes sense. And add nearly
or they
20.
increase, or they add a nearly 20 acre seamless extension, or they increase the existing open land by nearly 20 acres.
I think add shortens the sentence because then you don't have to add any other words. Add a nearly 20 acre.
what about and provide an additional 20 acres of contiguous open space.
Contiguous forested open space.
Yeah.
And I might combine the essence of the following sentence with that, including the confluence of the most popular trails.
I think it might be a little long that way if we were to get rid of the period, though.
Yes, Stone Ridge Lane parcels are of particular conservation importance because they abut Rocky Mountain Conservation Area and provide an additional. Can I do a tilde here? I don't. Yeah. Approximately 20 acres of contiguous open forested space.
Yeah, I think that gets across their importance from like a general open space way, and also expresses that they're just a continuous forest currently.
It sort of ignores the fact that there's a house there.
Yeah, I agree
Kinda
with that,
does.
but it is 99%
Yeah.
forested even with the house, so it's kind of.
Oh, it does say about 20 acres. Okay, that works. The house only takes an acre.
Okay, what happens now, Travis? Do you start back at the top again?
Okay, yeah. I have to say I'm not a fan of the teal day in there. Like
I agree.
for
Just
going
'cause,
into the newspaper, I don't think I am.
Yeah.
I think I would write it in a letter, but maybe not to publish in the newspaper.
What I think I was advocating for before is just get rid of the additional and just provide approximately 20 acres of contiguous open space.
I like that.
I think it's clear that we're talking about those parcels as opposed to like saying the entire park plus the parcels.
So provide approximately 20 acres.
No, I think it's really
Yeah.
important that it's additional. I think it's important that it's adding to what's existing.
Yeah.
And that reinforces the point that
I agree.
it's
But
slightly redundant, but it makes it really clear to people that this is not just like a 20-acre parcel. That's just a 20-acre parcel. It's a 20-acre parcel that happens to abut
I hear what you're saying.
150
Yeah.
acres. How much is the park?
I don't know.
Sounds maybe a little shy of what it is, but yeah. I just feel like these Stone Ridge Lane parcels are of particular conservation importance because they abut Rocky Mountain Conservation Area and provide 20 acres. I feel like it's very centered on those parcels, so it's clear that they are the 20 acres, but I.
What about?
What
Sorry
about
to.
plus minus?
No,
I was gonna say,
not,
what
not
about?
for
And
a
they
narrative in a paper, I don't think.
What if they and provide nearly 20 acres of additional
Yeah.
I don't know
I
if you'd
like
say
that.
additional contiguous.
that.
but
That's simple and clear.
I like nearly over approximately for sure.
Nearly 20 acres of additional contiguous open.
He goes up. Yeah, towards the land. Yeah.
Yep.
I feel like
It's
open.
implied that it's additional because that's why we want it.
Well, but I think that it's the whole point of us wanting it is because it's an additional to already contiguous to
So-
already open space.
Okay.
Are we set on keeping contiguous? Because then Travis's work says provide nearly 20 acres of additional open forested space. If you wanted to say that, could replace contiguous with additional.
I like that.
I don't know. I
think
prefer
additional
both of them. I think that the point that it's contiguous has like a lot of environmental weight. I mean, you're looking
I
to
agree, but it may
not-
be apparent from the sentence as it is now that because it's adjacent to
This is Stephen.
Rocky Mountain Conservation Area.
Hello, Andy. Nice to hear from you.
Stephen,
Good.
we can hear you on the call here.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I say we move on, and then I bet
We
once
can
we
come back.
tighten up other things, this we'll just come back and quickly
Okay.
address this one.
All right. I'll just start at the next sentence. 3 of the park's most
Well-
popular. Yep.
Uh-oh.
Erica?
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say the next sentence actually I don't like. Can we kind
Okay.
of combine the next two? Sort of just maybe saying the red, white, and blue trails, 3 of the most popular.
Yeah, it is
You
a little
know, meet
redundant
on the
because
lake.
it says that they intersect, and then it says
The
their
first sentence is like
confluence.
short.
Yeah, so we just want to work in that they're popular trails.
They
and that
intersect.
They intersect on the land. So, yeah, so you could say three of the park's most popular recreational trails,
Yeah,
the red, white, and blue trails. No. Oh, yeah,
kind of did the opposite way.
I would maybe start with. I would start with the red, white, and blue trails, 3 of the
Yeah.
park's most popular ones.
Yeah. 3 of the
I
park's
think.
most popular, and just delete trails.
I don't know. I think I like trails in there the second time.
Really?
I know it's
So close.
redundant. I know.
Popular trails, 3 of the park's most popular trails.
Because I feel like it'd be weird to say 3 of the park's most popular. I don't know.
It's fine.
Okay, I'll just start there, and if we want to change it, we can change it. The red, white, and blue trails. 3 of the
Is
park's.
there another word for trails?
Routes?
I don't think so. The red, white, and blue trails, 3 of the park's most popular trails, would end abruptly if not for their confluence on the 13-acre southern parcel and connection to Stone Ridge Lane. Removing public access to these parcels would also remove critical access to the park from the north. These trails see regular use by hikers, dog walkers, cyclists, and trail runners. They also offer a bit of nearby solitude for visitors to Poetsy on days when the tower and parking area become crowded. These parcels also provide exemplary natural communities and critical habitat for state-listed plants and wildlife, as they are classified by Mass Wildlife's Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program as Priority Habitat of Rare Species, and Biomap 2 Core Habitat, which is defined as lands that are most critical for ensuring the long-term persistence of rare and other native species and their habitats, exemplary natural communities, and a diversity of ecosystems. The conservation of these parcels is in line with the goals developed with public input in Greenfield's Open Space and Recreation Plan 2021 to 2028, which states, pieces of the Rocky Mountain Ridge on the east are currently unprotected and are valued as scenic views. Development in these areas would limit public access to the numerous magnificent vistas from these high elevations. Preservation of these areas should be prioritized. Page 416. One of the first goals identified in the OSRP plan contains the following action. Goal A1, action, make needed improvements to Poetsy/Rocky Mountain Ridge. Bullet point 4, develop a formalized interconnected trail system along the entire length of the Rocky Mountain Ridge. I think there's something weird here. I think I made a new paragraph instead of continuing that. Okay. Yeah. In our recent special meeting, the Commission received public comments in support of withdrawing the properties from auction to preserve them as open space. We are confident that solutions exist, including conservation easements and public-private partnerships that have not been explored yet, such as the packet for the upcoming auction states seller reserves the right to cancel or withdraw a property at any time. This process of withdrawing tax title properties from public auction has been utilized in past auctions. We say auction a lot. The Conservation Commission urges you to exercise this right and withdraw the Stone Ridge Lane parcels from the auction and initiate a process that allows us to work together with you, City Council, the Recreation Department, local organizations, and the public to determine how these parcels may best benefit the community. Respectfully, and then our names. We could say in the past instead of in past auctions.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I don't know why my edits are deleting things instead of crossing them out, but
Yeah,
you
mine
might.
too. They weren't.
Yep.
They
You
weren't.
have to change your mode to suggesting from editing.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, on the
yeah.
top right.
good call.
Sorry
I
about
feel like that I think it's all really good, and I want the last sentence to have a little bit more punch.
Yeah.
So I feel like determining how these parcels may best benefit the community is a little weak. It's sort of like to save these resources from
Yeah.
being inaccessible. Like that's not like, it just sounds really like, oh well, but they might be able, let's all talk about how they might be the best that they can be, but that's not really what's on the table. What's on the table is that we won't be able to have a conversation about them at all.
Yeah. How about like we urge you to exercise this right and withdraw the parcels from the auction, initiate a process that allows us to work together with you, City Council, Recreation Department, local organizations, and the public to I forgot what I was gonna say now.
One of our public, one of the members of the public who was attending the meeting earlier, I can't remember who it was, but they had a very valid comment that this sort of feels like we're just taking these really valuable parcels and selling them to the highest bidder instead of exploring all of the options and listening to what the public wants and maybe following what our own open space plan has stated that our goals are.
I still kind of support including like kind of meeting fiscal goals and conservation goals.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. I think that goes up here. So I think we're confident that solutions exist that can meet both fiscal and
or conservation or open space goals.
Open
and
space
recreation.
goals, maybe.
Open space and recreation, yeah, maybe.
Just because it's like the plan, the open space
Yeah.
and recreation plan. So, in that last sentence where you changed to keep these resources accessible, I mean, you could add like for future generations or, something more.
Yeah, I want to be like, I don't think that's necessarily the best thing. I just want to shift to something that really expresses a little bit more the like time crunch and the urgency behind this, right? So it's like keeping it accessible for us, but also, oh, you know what? I think, let me look back at what I sent to the mayor because I didn't get a response today. It was really late, but by the time I was out in the field, and then by the time I got back to the office, I replied, and I didn't get a response from Mayor Weidegartner, but here's what I had written back to her. I said, thank you for your response. I'm glad that you agree with the environmental and recreational value of these parcels to the town. However, I do not understand why the fact that the auction has been publicized precludes a process and discussion within the city's departments, commissions, and public for retaining one or both of these parcels for public use before being sold. The auction announcement, blah, 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 I said the same thing that the seller, blah, blah, blah. And then my last sentence in the email this afternoon was, it is concerning to me that the integrity of this area with potentially irreversible environmental consequences is being gambled away in an auction when it is currently within the city's ownership.
Yeah.
No reply, I take it.
Didn't get a reply yet.
Yeah.
I mean, I sent it at like 3 o'clock this afternoon, so.
wonder
mean, that's
I wonder if the reply will be like,
there are
we really appreciate your concerns.
I know. Well, we don't disagree with your thoughts.
Yeah, I had this thought when I was writing my letter originally. I was thinking about the Women's Club of Greenfield preserving Temple Woods, and like I don't know. I mean, that's not exactly the best example to use because that was a that was a private, group that bought it and then eventually gave it over to the city. But I guess I was just thinking that it's like this may be like our only chance we ever have to preserve these parcels.
Yeah, and I don't think that Joy is alone. Like I would put resources toward preserving that land. Like I feel like that there absolutely is fundraising potential in the community, and I think that's that is really important. That maybe that's a sort of like it's denying us the opportunity to look for solutions that keep these lands publicly accessible and environmentally intact or ecologically intact.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a good way to express it strongly without being offensive or whatever, that this is that this is a time of first denial. There's that failure to act on this opportunity is denying an essential opportunity.
Participate.
I'm pulling out when you're talking about jargon there, Stephen, here. Oh yeah, there we go.
The city.
Oops. I remember reading that Greenfield is designated a city, but exercised some right to continue calling itself a town in certain capacities. And then I think eventually that was changed, though.
Let's just say without such a process, Greenfield is denied the opportunity.
Yeah.
I like it. I like
Or
it.
the people of Greenfield are denied the opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh baby, we're getting there.
Deny the opportunity, prevent irreversible community to access. I don't know.
From this opportunity. Oh, denied the opportunity to.
How about to prevent irreversible changes to open space and the natural environment or something, or like prevent irreversible
changes to the ecosystem and open space access.
The landscape.
I don't know. I think we would be denied the opportunity to benefit and also prevent irreversible damage. Try to have a good note and a bad note. I don't know.
Also, how about something about deny the people of Greenfield the continued enjoyment of this recreation area and
Mhm.
possible, something about the people of Greenfield like enjoy being here. It's one of the things they like about the place.
And they've been able to do that. I like that. Yeah.
It might not be quite the right wording, but
Yeah, I think that the denied the continued
Do we want to say consequences instead of degradation?
yeah, that sounds good. Yes, thanks, Travis. That was
And somehow citing the end of access, potential end of access to the trails from there.
well, yeah. That might be clear if you're denied the continued enjoyment of the recreation area.
Right.
Yeah.
Does that deliver the punch at the end that you were looking for, Rachel?
Way better.
Yeah, it is better.
Should it be would be or should it be maybe denied?
Yeah, I mean,
Or
technically it
might-
could be maybe.
It's more truthful.
Or could be denied.
I think it was fine as it was with R, because
Well, but we don't, like, someone could buy the property and keep it, allow access.
oh, sorry, I didn't see the change to the end there. There was like an opportunity part that made sense before, but so I put
Yeah.
it back.
Once more from the top.
Yeah, I was thinking about whether we wanted to go back to that second paragraph before we read it all the way through again. These Stone Ridge Lane parcels are of particular conservation importance because they abut Rocky Mountain Conservation Area and provide nearly 20 acres of additional open forested space. The red, white, and blue trails, 3 of the park's most popular trails, would end abruptly if not for their confluence on the 13-acre southern parcel in connection to Stone Ridge Lane. Removing public access to these parcels would also remove critical access to the park from the north. These trails see regular use by hikers, dog walkers, cyclists, and trail runners. They also offer a bit of nearby solitude for visitors to Poet Seat on days when the tower and parking area become crowded.
Okay, I'll add another little twist. The only people who ever came to my door looking for the trail were tourists from Germany. So like it isn't all about us.
I still don't know if Stone Ridge Lane thing, because that's like I mean, I guess it's a public right of way, but it does lead right to the house. Hold on, I'm trying. Oop, there goes my
Okay,
mouse.
I can't quite hear you. Can you speak up a bit?
Oh, I was just saying I'm still not totally sold on the Stone Ridge Lane language,
This part?
the trail thing. But let me just.
I think you can say these parcels. Those are the ones we're talking about.
Yeah.
I think Travis is referring to the actual access to Stone Ridge Lane. Is that true? The one that's below?
Which where it says Stone Ridge Lane at the beginning, or where it's highlighted down where you highlighted it?
Let me just make sure I'm in the right letter here. So the red, white, and blue trails, three of the park's most popular trails, would end abruptly if not for their confluence on the 13-acre parcel. Their connection to Stone Ridge Lane doesn't really have to do with them ending abruptly.
Well, what about just in their connection to the northern?
Well, yeah, this
But
is
I
where we
think
could
that
say,
I think that the access is actually more important than them ending abruptly. Like, there's plenty of trails that are out and back trails. Like, I don't think that there's really that strong of an argument in being like, oh no, you have to walk down a trail, turn around, and walk back again. Like, that's not that unusual. But the access, the fact that it comes out to the road and like that is the way, like, if you live in that neighborhood, you live right at you know, anywhere near Stop and Shop, whatever, like being able to walk from your house up into the park is walking up Stone Ridge Lane and into
Yeah, no,
those.
I'm with you on that being important, but just not that it fits in that sentence necessarily.
I think maybe it fits in the next sentence.
Yeah, I think so. But I'll just say for the record, just for another opinion, it would infuriate me if I had to go out there and just turn around on the same trail. For some reason, backtracking is always like I've put in trails with a spur, and I always try to keep the spurs to as few as possible. But.
Oh yeah, we all like loops better. I'm not arguing with that. I just don't think it makes a strong an argument in this kind of a. I totally think it's worth mentioning.
I'm just acknowledging
they would end abruptly.
Okay, how about talking about it being necessary to maintain continuity from Canada Hill and access from public streets?
Well, I think that's, I don't know that we want to get into a whole other sort of format here, you know.
Okay.
Like, not that that's not interesting, but
yeah.
What if we just move it and say they would end abruptly if not for their confluence on the 13-acre parcel. Removing public access to these parcels would also remove critical access to the park from the north at Stone Ridge Lane, or
Oh, here we go. How about just removing public access to these parcels and the connection to Stone Ridge Lane would also remove critical access to the park from the north.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Except make that Stone Farm Lane, because the Trail Ridge actually goes down to Stone Farm Lane. Stone Ridge Lane is entirely private at this point.
Okay.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Going back to the sentence before, can we say provide nearly 20 acres of additional contiguous forested space?
Yeah, I think that sounds better than the open. I think open forested space sounds a little weird.
Yeah, and then I think that the fact that they're contiguous is really important. Oops, that's not what I meant to do.
Yeah, I think it should be easy for people to see why you would want a forest to continue, like in addition to the trails. I think we might want to remove that.
I just changed second to last sentence in case someone wants to review that.
But isn't Stone Farm Lane the access to the north?
No.
Well, there's also access continuing north
Is
up
that
to
separate?
Canada Hill. That is separate, yeah.
I thought
that goes.
The way to get to the park was by coming up Stone Farm.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Yeah, sorry. I was
So if you remove the access to Stone Farm Lane, you are also removing the access to the park from the north.
See, I always pop out on High Street, but I realize that I'm like passing over the corner of Stone Farm now, so that doesn't make sense the way I did it. So would also remove critical access to the park from the north, where it exits to Stone Farm Lane, or
Meet Stone Farm Lane, whatever.
See, I've hiked this area and I never went on Stone Farm Lane because I came down from the north next to the river and then up the trail and then over. I never touched
There's
Stone
also
Farm
the
Lane.
13-acre parcel.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's another way to come from the north where you don't actually go to Stone Farm Lane or start at Stone Farm Lane.
Well, can we just cut the sentence off after critical access to the north or from the north? Just stop the sentence there.
Yeah, I guess.
Or exclusive access from the north. Because there is no other way except across one parcel or the other.
I think Erica's comment makes sense, and we don't even have to say Stone Farm Lane because some people might read that and not even know where Stone Farm Lane is. But if we tell them this is going to block your access from the north, like that, I think that's powerful enough without being specific.
Anywhere from the north, wherever you start.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's good, yeah.
with that. And it's also, yeah. I think that works.
From north.
Muted. My ravings. Heard.
Okay, so let me read this paragraph now. These Stone Ridge Lane parcels are of particular conservation importance because they abut Rocky Mountain Conservation Area and provide nearly 20 acres of additional contiguous forested space. The red, white, and blue trails, 3 of the park's most popular trails, would end abruptly if not for their confluence on the 13-acre southern parcel. Removing public access to these parcels would also remove a critical access to the park from the north. These trails see regular use by hikers, dog walkers, cyclists, and trail runners. Okay, we already know that last part. The only thing I'm wondering is if we can take out this A.
That's what I was about to do. Yep.
Well, I thought that you just pointed out that it's not the only access to the park from the north.
Well,
it's critical. It's just not the only. It's not the only.
Okay.
No, well, no, I mean, the way that I came from the north, you still had to go through the 13-acre parcel. So it would still be removing that access from the north. It's just not the Stone Farm Lane access.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay, should I read the whole thing now? Are we at that point?
Oh, the whole letter?
The whole letter.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Dear Mayor Roxanne Wedegardner, the Conservation Commission urges you to withdraw 87 Stone Ridge Lane and the adjacent undeveloped 13-acre parcel from the upcoming public auction on September 22nd, 2021. While the Commission is aware that the city is not required to consult with public bodies before selling tax title properties at auction, these parcels are extraordinary opportunities for open space protection along Rocky Mountain Ridge. For the last 70 years, this land has played an important role as an unofficial extension of the recreational trails, forest land, and wildlife habitat of Rocky Mountain Park, just north of Poetsy, and all avenues of conservation should be explored before putting them up for auction. This area is a landmark of our community. These Stone Ridge Lane parcels are of particular conservation importance because they abut Rocky Mountain Conservation Area and provide nearly 20 acres of additional contiguous forested space. The red, white, and blue trails, 3 of the park's most popular trails, would end abruptly if not for their confluence on the 13-acre southern parcel. Removing public access to these parcels would also remove critical access to the park from the north. These trails see regular use by hikers, dog walkers, cyclists, and trail runners. They also offer a bit of nearby solitude for visitors to Poetsy on days when the tower and parking area become crowded. These parcels also provide exemplary natural communities and critical habitat for state-listed plants and wildlife, as they are classified by Mass Wildlife's Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program as Priority Habitat of Rare Species and Biomap 2 Core Habitat, defined as lands that are most critical for ensuring the long-term persistence of rare and other native species and their habitats, exemplary natural communities, and a diversity of ecosystems. Is that a space there? No. The conservation of these parcels is in line with the goals developed with public input in Greenfield's Open Space and Recreation Plan, OSRP, 2021-2028, which states, pieces of the Rocky Mountain Ridge on the east are currently unprotected and are valued as scenic views. Development in these areas would limit public access to the numerous magnificent vistas from these high elevations. Preservation of these areas should be prioritized, page 416. One of the first goals identified in the OSRP plan. Actually, I'm going to say we should remove plan because the P stands for plan. One of the first goals identified in the OSRP contains the following action. Goal A1, action. Make needed improvements to Poet Seat / Rocky Mountain Ridge. Bullet point 4, develop a formalized interconnected trail system along the entire length of Rocky Mountain Ridge, page 97. In our recent special meeting, the Commission received public comments in support of withdrawing these properties from auction to preserve them as open space. We are confident that solutions exist that can meet both fiscal and open space and recreation goals, such as conservation easements and public-private partnerships. The packet for the upcoming auction states seller reserves the right to cancel or withdraw a property at any time. This process of withdrawing tax title properties from public auction has been utilized in the past. I wonder if we should say in Greenfield, like this process of withdrawing tax title properties from public auction has been utilized in Greenfield in the past, or in the past in Greenfield. That way it's not just like, oh, you know, somewhere in Connecticut they did that. The Conservation Commission urges you to exercise this right and withdraw the Stone Ridge Lane parcels from the auction and initiate a process that allows us to work together with you, City Council, the Recreation Department, local organizations, and the public to keep these resources accessible. Without such a process, the people of Greenfield could be denied the continued enjoyment of this recreation area and the ability to prevent irreversible environmental consequences. Respectfully, our names.
Can you scroll up to the first paragraph again?
Yep.
I can't see the whole.
Here, I can zoom in a little too.
I'm just wondering if about the part about all the avenues of conservation should be, you know, before putting them up. If we need that part, I'm trying to read it. Let's see.
Oh.
Um.
All avenues of conservation should be explored before putting them up for auction.
Let's see. If it ended like right after Poet's Seat and then was this area is a landmark of our community, because it kind of goes the landmark of our community kind of goes a little bit more with the it's been 70 years and it's a landmark of our community. I don't know. It just seemed like that when you were reading it that and then you know the avenues that kind of like broke that thought up a little bit, but
we could move this to after that.
I like that.
Oops, too far.
Yep, that's nice.
Yep, I like that. And all.
Yeah. So now it says, for the last 70 years, this land has played an important role as an unofficial extension of the recreational trails, forest land, and wildlife habitat of Rocky Mountain Park, just north of Poet Seat. This area is a landmark of our community. All avenues of conservation should be explored before putting them up for auction.
I like that too. It puts the punch at the end.
Yeah. The only thing is we might want to say it because we're referring to it singularly here, this area, and then before putting it up for auction.
Or I think they're
putting.
No, because we're not. We're referring to the parcels, not the area. The area is like all of the park. The area is like Poet Seat area.
Yeah.
So I think they
also
actually...
this is singular and this is singular, and then we go back to them. So I don't know. I guess it's 2 sentences ago where we said parcels.
Well, then it would be before putting these parcels up for auction. So if it's confusing because we're not really talking about parcels anymore, and then we refer to them, just say before putting these parcels up for auction.
But then we also said
There were a
these
few
parcels.
edits that or suggestions that Fletcher and I put in after you read that.
Okay. Looks like on this first paragraph here.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you there, and moving to the next paragraph. But I think one thing that occurred to me when you read that just now is that this is not just an extraordinary opportunity for the Ridge, it's an extraordinary opportunity for the city. Like there's a reason why we haven't had a special conservation commission meeting, and there's a reason why we haven't actually in the 6 years that I've been on the commission, or not quite actually. Like honestly, there has not been a single parcel that has come up for land either for sale in any way, like privately or through tax title or through the excess property or whatever it's called. Like there hasn't been any like the conservation commission has not considered taking the importance of it. So I think it's really significant for the whole city, not just for that particular area. I don't know, like increasing open space or enhancing open space or I mean, I don't know if increasing sounds greedy.
Yeah.
What about leaving protection in there and saying increasing open space protection in Greenfield? Because the open space, we want it to stay the same. We want it to be there, but we want to increase the protection on that ridge.
Yeah.
And sorry to go back to the singular plural thing again, but I'm wondering when we say these parcels provide extraordinary opportunities, is it multiple opportunities or is it just one opportunity?
I think it's multiple, like we're saying. It's cultural, it's natural resource, it's open space.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it can be either, because they're providing an opportunity, as in like there's a moment in time here where there's an opportunity, but they also provide, you can approach it from multiple strategies. So they're providing multiple types of opportunities.
I think
I'd say put in whatever sounds cleanest, maybe.
So I think I was muted before. In the second paragraph, you say critical access from the north, and it's actually sole access from the north.
So you remove the sole access to the park from the north. Although you could say that from Canada Hill, you can come in on that Riverside Trail and then up into this area.
It still crosses the 13 acres.
So the only reason I would not say sole access is because unfortunately all we have to go by on the outline of the property are the like official, parcels, and there is this trail that I know you're saying this parcel extends down here, and that might be true, but
Okay, that's a challenge. I'm gonna go look for a map.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I absolutely want you to be right. I'm just saying we kind of just have to go on the assessors to appeal to like a wider audience, instead of implying that we know something else, without a clear source, as in a map.
And I think we should just make it a little more, vague. I mean, it's critical access, because somebody might, if you say sole, somebody will come along and say like, oh, well, we'll just put a, access in here or whatever. Or if we just say it's critical, just leaves it a little vague.
So I think the only thing I had left for suggestions is the third paragraph. I think has a incredibly large sentence. I think it might even be one sentence. It feels awkward to me. To like provide critical habitat, state listed plants and wildlife, as they're classified as priority habitat of rare species, maybe in biomap 2, period or something, and then I don't know how to do it because of the
Yeah, it kind of
combo
needs
there.
to go with the biomap too,
Yeah.
core habitat.
It's okay. It's very long and it's a whole paragraph, but there's a list in there.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
true.
It's also hard to make things short when they are actually quotes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, because it does say is defined as, so we, it,
Mhm.
it goes together, or it all goes together.
I would cut
Okay.
it earlier. So I would say these parcels also provide exemplary natural communities and critical habitat for state listed species and wildlife, period. They are classified by
Yeah,
and that.
we could do that.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
could be.
that
Let me-
works.
We'll all edit it at the same time here.
This is when you know you're almost done.
Yeah, yeah. And then I have a comment on, I saw bullet point 4 was deleted, which I think makes sense. I would almost say delete everything, like where it says goal A1 action, blah blah blah. I think we just say one of the first goals contains the following action: develop a formalized interconnected trail system. I don't think we have to say like goal A1 action, make needed improvements. You know, I think
Yeah,
that's
I think, yeah.
just make it a
Oh,
little more.
I would keep the action though, the following action
Okay.
with the make needed improvements to Poetry Rocky Mountain Ridge. Bullet
Okay.
point 4. I don't know. I feel like making needed improvements. That's
I mean, my edit was suggesting an ellipses there, but a lot of people don't like those. But like,
I think I like that.
yeah, because it's, I mean, we are just abridging something that's fairly close together in the content. So I think it works here.
Yeah, and I use that at the beginning of here too.
Oh yeah, we just want to.
So we're saying like remove goal but keep the action.
well, it contains the following action.
Oh,
If the action is
Oh, yeah.
make needed,
Yeah,
exactly.
there we go.
Then you got it.
And yeah, is it in quote? Yeah. It's in quotes. Can't really.
Yeah, and then it doesn't need to be set aside because then it can just go in lines.
Okay.
Yep.
No luck.
well, we'll keep it as critical for now instead of soul.
Make needed improvements to. Yeah, I think that's.
Woo!
So, do we want to finish up tonight and then take a break and make reflect on it one more time before we send it in, or do we want to just kind of call it done? And
I think tonight we should finish it because that guy
I'm sorry, I forgot what he said. Yeah, no.
Yeah, he said if we submit it tonight, we could get
Yeah.
it published on Tuesday.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think that's what you said.
Cool.
So.
So I think we just got to stick it out until we're done.
Yeah, I think.
Which I think we're almost done.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do a quick reading here.
Sure.
And just see one last time, like to myself.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
So I'll be quiet for a minute.
I wanted to just, I'm sorry, I know we want to be done, but at the very end, when we were talking about this process of the Conservation Commission urges you to exercise this right and withdraw the Stone Ridge Lane parcels from the auction and initiate a process that allows us to work together with you. Without such a process, the people of Greenfield. Wait, maybe you guys already changed it when I was over cleaning up my.
We might have.
Sorry. I think before it said utilize this process. But it looks like that's been changed. Initiate a I don't know.
I think initiate a process makes sense.
That's what I was thinking before. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we got.
Okay.
I'm back on that very last word, where it says irreversible environmental consequences. I mean, consequences could be good. So
That's true.
are we? Is it saying what we want it to say? I know
Yeah, I think
we didn't.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say no.
Environmental damage, it could be worse.
Harm.
Oh, harm.
Mm-hmm.
I think you had originally had something else.
It was degradation or something.
ahead.
Originally,
I was going for as jargony as possible. I went right for environmental.
I think it was degradation. I think so, which maybe is a little too. But maybe something. Yeah, maybe harm or.
I gotta say, I like degradation more than consequences.
Don't know.
In our signatures, so I just copied that off of the website that has them in order of like how soon our appointments expire.
I'd put them in either alphabetical or
Alphabetical,
chair.
maybe.
Why don't you go chair, vice chair, and then alphabetical?
Okay, should we say Travis Drury chair, Rachel Lindsay
Yeah.
vice chair?
I think so.
You wanna?
I guess the other ones are already in alphabetical order, so
There you go.
his last name.
Or I'm not opposed to doing. I haven't gotten down that far yet, but we could also do just time served as well.
I'm fine getting thrown under the bus first there. That's fine.
I think it makes sense to do it this
Yeah,
way.
I think it does.
You folks get time off for good behavior?
Yeah, with the same pay that we get
Mm.
while we're
The
working.
rest of the time, yeah. Mm.
Fletcher, I don't know if you're done with your read through yet.
Yeah, sorry, I just reaching the end right now.
Okay.
And if you guys want to review the edit I just made in the last paragraph there, just thought it flowed a little bit better, but
And again, in that last paragraph, I mean, we instead of like assuming that it's gonna be irreversible, should we say maybe ability to prevent possible irreversible environmental harm?
Yeah, I am kind of wondering about that as well. Potentially irreversible to prevent potentially irreversible
Like
environmental.
that one.
Consequences better because it was not saying harmful. It was saying just consequences. I
We
don't
don't know what those consequences are. I guess that's the point, right? Like, we don't know if something good's going to happen. We don't know if something bad's going to happen.
And it's also a little bit of a stretch to say it's gonna be irreversible. It's potentially irreversible.
Right.
I mean, even Temple Woods was completely forested, and look at it now.
Right.
It was not forested, cut down. No forest. Logged. That's the word I meant.
The last sentence homes in on environmental, whether we use consequences or harm. And we are sort of like really emphasizing it alongside the access as well. Just wondering if there's a way to keep these resources accessible without such a process. Could be denied the continued enjoyment. Oh, I guess it says it right there. Continued enjoyment of this recreation area, and ability to prevent potentially. Yeah, I think I kind of vote for potentially reversible environmental consequences. But
Potentially serious environmental consequences.
I mean, I do like the fact that it says implies that they could be permanent. You know, they could be, but
There's not much you can do that's completely irreversible.
Yeah, unless you're like,
I don't know. That rock's not going to rebuild itself.
Yeah,
Exactly the way it is now.
It's like, I don't know. I think potentially irreversible.
unless you're like making a quarry there or something.
Yeah, I wonder.
Well, you know, if they drill through the mountain to get access to the sewer so they can have a commercial establishment at number 87, you know, that's hard to reverse.
Well,
What
or
were you
how
gonna
about
say,
something like
Fletcher?
prevent potentially harmful environmental consequences?
Potentially long lasting.
I'm actually to the point where I'm kind of thinking, what if we just end it after recreation area? And
I
in
was
such a
thinking that
process, the
because it
people of
almost sounds like
Green,
we're ending it on like a gloom and doom thing.
yeah, the
Where
people of Greenfield could be denied the continued enjoyment of this recreation area.
Yeah. So far, that's my favorite.
yeah.
Yeah,
Then you're
Gotta get rid of our like punch.
No, that was
Nah,
punch.
I mean,
We're the
it does a little bit, but it also is like very
We're not the
final.
recreation department. Like it's I think
That's
that's a
true.
strong argument for it, but we're the conservation commission. We're like in charge of wetlands. We care about people having access to land, but I think we have a responsibility toward the environmental integrity of our resources in town.
Well, how
I
about
don't
something like
disagree, but it just needs to
development of-
sound good too.
But I think Erica is trying to say something.
I was just gonna say, well, maybe something like the enjoyment of this. I don't know, natural and I don't know, natural and whatever, recreation and natural area or something like that. I mean, added in.
But I guess now I'm thinking what Rachel was saying, like, you know, we mentioned before like the habitat, and so it's not just that people are enjoying the recreation area, it's that the wildlife is enjoying living there too.
What about without such a process, the people of Greenfield could be denied the continued enjoyment of this recreation area and the preservation of their natural resources or something like that. Although that's
Unique
ownership,
landmark.
but
Yeah, this new unique Yeah.
natural, this unique,
Natural landscape, maybe?
yeah, something like that.
I like natural landscape. Natural resource.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it.
Or
I just didn't want it to end on such a gloom and doom, like irreversible
yeah.
consequences. Like.
We want
Yeah.
to we want to garner some, movement here. So I wasn't
Yeah.
opposed to the doom and gloom.
Well,
What about the people, without such a process, the people of Greenfield could be denied the continued enjoyment of this open space and the preservation of its natural resources.
yeah, yeah. Of this. I think maybe your unique open space. I like the word unique because it makes it. I mean, we're not just asking for them to save a field. We want this because it's special.
I agree. Yeah, unique before. Deny the continued enjoyment of this unique open space and the preservation of its natural resources. Yeah.
Do we want to say preservation? I'm sorry to pick that word apart.
No,
but...
I hear you, but I'm okay with it, even though I understand your concern, because a lot of times it can be interpreted as the keeping it exactly the way it is.
Right.
Preservation
And conservation don't mean the same thing.
No, they don't. But preservation also has kind of multiple. It can mean multiple things. But I'm up for changing it.
I don't know. I don't want to.
We
I
are
don't
the
want to belabor
Conservation Commission.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I think that still works like that.
I think that reminds people we're the Conservation Commission if it has conservation as like almost the last word. Should we say again, like at the end or something, like respectfully, the Greenfield Conservation Commission, and then our names?
Yeah.
Yeah.
MEAS 38.8 on 1909 plan.
Okay, so are we deleting these former last sentences?
Those are which remarks do that.
I think it works.
I still like the punch, but
I also have a small edit in the second paragraph now.
So we found a map.
Hold on, let me
Does show the property going to the river. It identifies the river only as Turner's Falls Company. It does not say it's the river. So, okay, found it.
Well, I think we settled on our wording for now.
Yes, that's
on that
fine.
section, but yeah,
we
feel free to write a letter yourself.
I'm still curious about the sliver of land below, along the river. The assessor claims it's owned by a private individual, but it also says it's 1.8 acres when it's clearly enormous.
So I was a little curious because when I was hiking in that area, initially there were signs saying that it was owned by First Light.
Right.
And
there's
then
definitely parcels
it's owned by
Canada
First
Hill
Light
there.
from the bank downwards, bank to the river. The own light First Light owns all the way up the bank. And
yeah, they also own parcels coming out onto the crossover
Falls Road
power lines and stuff.
Yeah.
And the 13-acre parcel, I used to be able to point to the monument that used to be there, saying where it went to, meeting the First Light property, but the monument isn't there anymore. So
Maybe it just got buried.
Yeah.
Are we voting on anything else for the remainder of this meeting?
I don't know if we have to, but I mean, we could, once we have a final version, just say that, like, vote to that we all agree with the letter as written and agree to deliver it to the mayor, and as basically what we said before, except that was just an outline and this is the final.
Okay.
I think it makes the most sense that way. But I think we're almost there.
Yeah, I've got to get going. I've got like 4 things going on in the background. I'm trying to juggle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable personally with the letter as it is. So.
Okay. So should we just accept these?
Did we just read it one more time, like out loud?
Yeah.
From beginning to end without stopping.
Okay. Here we go. Dear Mayor Roxanne Whittegardner, the Conservation Commission urges you to withdraw 87 Stone Ridge Lane and the adjacent undeveloped 13-acre parcel from the upcoming public auction on September 22nd, 2021. While the Commission is aware that the city is not required to consult with public bodies before selling tax title properties at auction, these parcels provide extraordinary opportunities for increasing open space protection in Greenfield. For the last 70 years, this land has played an important role as an unofficial extension of the recreational trails, forest land, and wildlife habitat of Rocky Mountain Park just north of Poet Seat. This area is a landmark of our community. All avenues of conservation should be explored before putting these parcels up for auction. The Stone Ridge Lane parcels are of particular conservation value. They abut Rocky Mountain Conservation Area and provide nearly 20 acres of additional contiguous forested space. The red, white, and blue trails, 3 of the park's most popular trails, would end abruptly if not for their confluence on the 13-acre southern parcel. Removing public access to these parcels would also remove critical access to the park from the north. These trails see regular use by hikers, dog walkers, cyclists, and trail runners. They also offer a bit of nearby solitude for visitors to Poet Seat on days when the tower and parking area become crowded. These parcels also provide exemplary natural communities and critical habitat for state-listed plants and wildlife. They are classified by Mass Wildlife's Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program as priority habitat of rare species and Biomap 2 core habitat, defined as lands that are most critical for ensuring the long-term persistence of rare and other native species in their habitats, exemplary natural communities, and a diversity of ecosystems. The conservation of these parcels is in line with the goals developed with public input in Greenfield's Open Space and Recreation Plan, OSRP 2021-2028, which states, pieces of the Rocky Mountain Ridge on the east are currently unprotected and are valued as scenic views. Development in these areas would limit public access to the numerous magnificent vistas from these high elevations. Preservation of these areas should be prioritized, page 416. One of the first goals identified in the OSRP contains the following action. Make needed improvements to Poet Seat/Rocky Mountain Ridge. Develop a formalized interconnected trail system along the entire length of the Rocky Mountain Ridge, page 97. In our recent special meeting, the Commission received public comments in support of withdrawing the properties from auction and to preserve them as open space. We are confident that alternative solutions exist that can meet both fiscal and open space and recreation goals, such as conservation easements and public-private partnerships. The packet for the upcoming auction states, seller reserves the right to cancel or withdraw a property at any time, and Greenfield tax properties have been withdrawn from public auction in the past. The Conservation Commission urges you to exercise this right to withdraw the Stone Ridge Lane parcels from the auction and initiate a process that allows us to work together with you, City Council, the Recreation Department, local organizations, and the public to keep these resources accessible. Without such a process, the people of Greenfield could be denied the continued enjoyment of this unique open space and the conservation of its natural resources. Respectfully, the Greenfield Conservation Commission, and then our names.
Sounds good.
Want to make a
So the one thing that I would say is in the first paragraph, the reason why it's played an important role for 70 years, besides the fact, is because that was also the founding of that park. So
negative.
I did like, I mean, I like that it acknowledges that for 70 years it has been public or has been privately owned but has public access. I think I like what Travis said in our meeting on Tuesday is also important, that this was a trail and pass through long before it was a public park, like long before Greenfield was founded as a settlement, even probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a culturally historic resource, I guess.
Yeah.
Like anthropologically.
Totally. I wonder if there's just like a quick small sentence that somehow we can slip in that just acknowledges that Native peoples and wildlife have used this natural corridor long before that.
That's really good.
I think I would put Native peoples first.
I don't know if this is the right wording, but I'm going to put it down because it's easier to change something that exists sometimes than it is to come up with it perfectly first.
I'm going to do it. Indigenous peoples?
Ooh.
Or can we get away from that whole politically correctness by just saying like a cultural reason? No, because that sounds current.
How about just like the earliest humans or something, or the earliest people?
Has been. It is a traditional access for thousands of years. I mean, for everyone who has lived in the valley, whatever.
I don't know.
Pre-settlement.
Yeah, pre-colonization. Yeah.
I would just want to make a suggestion of maybe avoiding a lot of that and just saying that given, in better words, the lay of the land.
It is a natural.
Yeah, well, this would be, the path over the ridge has surely been in use for millennia or something like that. Obviously in better words, but without getting into like, oh, well,
I like that.
Pre-Greenfield and, I'm sure animals were crawling across it for people in general, so.
For millennia?
Yeah, maybe that's too dramatic, but.
It's probably true, but it probably sounds dramatic. For time eternal.
Okay, I'm copying over the sentence again. I'm sorry I'm doing this, not because I think it's the perfect thing, but just because then I can see it at the same time. So all right. Now that's good. Something in here has got to be useful. Drink it down. Travis, you seem really good at reducing words here.
Oh man, a challenge.
The trails along that ridge are part of our deep cultural history and have been used by both wildlife and people long before the official founding of Greenfield.
That's nice.
Again, I think I would just put people before wildlife. Just only
Because
because
of
we're
our
talking about
people-centrism.
well, only because we're talking about native people, and I don't want to like make it sound like they're less than the wildlife.
Oh, I see.
I think that sounds good.
I would say deep cultural history, and we're undoubtedly used.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I like it.
I like that too, because that also kind of subtly hints at Mass Historical Society issues. Another regulatory threshold, environmental constraint.
Yeah, we could take off official too and just say before the founding of Greenfield.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I know we're all tired.
Okay. Are we there?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure we're there.
I think so.
I made a change.
You took out
I got rid of
also?
also, just because there was also in the last sentence.
Okay, so now it says these parcels provide exemplary natural communities. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I was gonna propose changing it to like these lands or these, but I don't know if you guys want to keep using parcels.
The whole thing is about the parcels, though. Like,
Yeah, I
we
know.
want the parcels to not be.
Yeah, I've done a lot of similar writing in the past and found that depending on where it was going, I would vary it just for because it sounded better. But if we want to be consistent, I don't have a problem with keeping that.
I think we're good. Does anyone want to like motion to like approve the letter as is, or do we want to do that?
Can we even
to approve the letter as is?
Is there a second?
Was that a motion?
Second.
Nice.
All right, seconded by Kristen. Motion made by Rachel. I guess I'll just do a roll call vote again. I'll go in order of what we have at the end of our letter here, but I'll do myself last. All right, Rachel.
Yes.
Fletcher.
Yep.
Erica.
Yes.
Kristen.
Yes.
And Travis, I am a yes. So it is unanimous that we approve the letter as is, and it will be delivered to the mayor as early as possible and submitted to the recorder as my turn.
Nice.
Okay, who is doing those things?
And you can, does the recorder is already clear about the time reference here?
Yeah,
even
so
for my turn.
When I spoke to the recorder, the person told me at the beginning of my email when I sent it in to mention that this is very time specific and it needs to go in at a certain time.
Okay.
So if someone
that might bump another my turn.
but yeah, maybe. So I don't know. I mean, I can send it. Like, I don't mind doing that.
Great.
Does anyone want to reach out to the mayor's office first thing Monday morning, or I could do that too?
I'm happy to make time to show up when I can. I am responsible for onboarding a new employee at our firm first thing on Monday morning, so I think I won't be able to get to it until later on Monday, which is not ideal. So I think whoever can manage it first thing.
I think I can probably do it first thing in the morning. And then it sounds like afternoons, if we could get in Monday afternoon, that would be good. If not, then on Tuesday afternoon, I guess. Which Tuesday afternoon's kind of pretty close, but
Not too close technically.
yeah, I mean, she could cancel it that morning, but although I kind of doubt she would do it the morning of, but I don't know.
Hey, guys, I gotta run, but I just wanted to
Okay.
say one last thing is the sentence that we just added, the trails along that ridge are part of, maybe just the trails along the ridge. I don't know why that just occurred to me. Feel free to ignore it, but I just wanted to bring that up.
Well, there are two ridges in Greenfield
there are.
because in the open space plan it talks about the East Ridge and the West Ridge. So
Totally.
that's
Yep.
my justification for not changing it.
That's fine. Just wanted to bring it up. All right. Awesome
All right.
job, everybody. I'll
Okay, yeah, thanks. Thanks
I'll
for sticking
just
around.
if there's any other tasks
Okay.
that someone didn't fill, just let me know by email. But otherwise, I'll be
Okay.
waiting on Monday because we're gonna set up a time, right, to hopefully in person.
Yeah, I'll call the mayor's office and try to get something set up, and then I'll reach out to everybody.
Great.
And Travis, I think that you should use your discretion when you talk to them. Don't try and workshop it. Take what you can get in terms of equipment, and I will do the very best to be flexible and be able to show up. But if they don't have afternoon appointments and we're not all able to be there, I think we should just, especially if there's people from Greenfield and other folks that would potentially accompany us, if one of us can make it, we should do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
Have a good night, everyone.
All right. Yep.
Bye,
Been a
judges.